Good morning. It is now 5 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. The shakeup at the Defense Department is continuing today.
Reports say Hegseth's former chief of staff, Joe Casper, who was recently shifted to a new role, is now leaving the Pentagon. It comes days after Hegseth fired 3 advisors in a leak investigation. The White House has said that President Trump stands strongly behind Hegseth as he looks to continue to make reforms.
That's ABC's Nicole D'Antonio reporting. Here in Franklin County, Channel 4 is saying a utility company employee read the meters wrong, leading to lower bills for customers. Winchester Utility Systems said in order to make up for the loss, they had to send out bills which led customers to ask why their bills were so high.
All of a sudden, I'm having to pay twice as much as what I normally do. And to take that lump sum out of pocket, that takes away from other stuff, like, for instance, if my daughter has a medical emergency or my husband or myself. I mean, how they expect us to all of a sudden fork it out like that?
Now, Winchester Utility says that employee who read the meters wrong has been fired. But Channel 4 says that they would not comment when asked whether that employee did that on purpose. Thousands of Tennessee Titans fans gathered at Nissan Stadium last night. They were there to celebrate the team's number 1 and first pick of this year's NFL draft. The Titans chose fan favorite Miami quarterback Cam Ward.
I think it's a great sign for the future as long as they let him develop and, play the way that he did in college. I think it's going to be great.
Ward said earlier that the Titans have a great owner and a great general manager, assistant GM, and president, calling the team elite. Market numbers report now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
Major market indexes continued their midweek rally Thursday. The Dow was up 487 points at closing. The S&P 500 rose 109 points, and the Nasdaq gained 458 points. Artificial intelligence platform ServiceNow helped drive the market higher. Shares jumped more than 15% on a stronger than expected profit report for the start of 2025. Southwest Airlines also posted good quarterly results. The airline has joined other carriers saying they will pull some financial forecast for the year because of the cloudy economic outlook. Pre-orders for the Nintendo Switch 2 game system sold out within hours at some retailers. Target, GameStop, and Best Buy started taking orders early Thursday morning. The Switch 2 officially launches on June 5th. Chuck Sievertson, ABC News.
Stock futures on the flat side this morning. The Dow futures are down 16 points. NASDAQ futures are up 70. The S&P futures up 18. That is the latest news. We've got traffic and weather just ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Look, everything around here is looking pretty good this morning. Just a reminder that there is a problem in Baxter, Tennessee. If you have any travel plans today on 40 westbound Old Baxter Road, there's a crash there, and police are saying that roadway may be closed. Looks like it was in the past but there is a crash out in that area this morning. 40 here in the Nashville area, 65, 24. They're all looking really good so far. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.506 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. How are you? Happy Friday. There is some news on China. It looks like China has now blinked. It looks like China has dropped tariffs on some products going to China from the United States. This is a very big deal.
Like what the president said was going on anyway?
That's exactly right, Joan. Chinese importers, this is from Newsweek, Chinese importers noted a sudden and unannounced reduction to 0 of tariffs on U.S. imports into China of certain semiconductor and integrated circuit products, a sign that Beijing is feeling more pressure from President Donald Trump's trade war than it acknowledges. Who called it? I called it.
It was all you, Dan.
You got to do a little dance?
It was all, it had nothing to do with me. It's actually common sense. Everybody knows that China and Xi Jinping, they hate to look weak. And so even when you've got the rest of the world that is looking at China and looking at the situation that they're in with their economy and with what Trump is trying to do with China and the tariffs and their neighboring countries, China, it looks like anyway, has blinked. Here's the rest of the story. It comes after the Chinese Foreign Ministry denied Trump's comments that the U.S. is actively engaged in talks with China on trade. Joan, we talked about that yesterday.
We sure did.
So Trump is saying, and I got to tell you, Trump looks like the stand-up guy here. So Trump is out there saying that, we're trying to work it out with Xi Jinping. I like him. He likes me. We respect each other. We're going to work this out. And China, right on the heels of Trump's announcement, comes out and says, we're not talking. Trump said that his team is talking to China. China comes out and says, we're not talking. And then what do? They have to backpedal on a bunch of these tariffs that they have placed on American imports. So, I think this is great news. This is great news for Trump. This is great news for his administration. And this has been a perpetual discussion about how Trump said that he and the Chinese were talking. They've been out there talking tough. Remember, China said, we don't need American imports. Well, apparently you do.
Also, China yesterday said, president's lying. We haven't been talking about anything.
Yep. You know what? Maybe. Okay, so here you can interpret that in one of two ways.
Yeah.
Either they were lying, or if they're not talking, clearly they should be. Because now they've had to drop these tariffs because they need our imports. But there is no doubt that Donald Trump has softened his language on China. This was yesterday.
Do you agree with Secretary Bessent, who has suggested that the current standoff with China is not sustainable?
We're doing fine with China. We're doing fine with almost every country. Everybody wants to have involvement with the United States. As you know, we were losing $5 billion a day during the Biden administration, during that last year, was a horror show, what they were doing on trade. $5 billion a day. And now we have it down to a very low number because we're getting 25% from the automobile industry, from autos. We're getting 25% for steel, 25% for aluminum, and we're getting the baseline of 10%. And think of it, we're losing almost $2 $2 trillion on trade, and those days are gone. We're not going to do that again. We're not going to let that happen.
I mean, Trump has done a great job of building his case. He's been building it for the American people, and he's been building it for the world. Now, I think a couple of things are going on. And, Joan, I'm going to ask you about the market yesterday and the futures here in a couple of minutes. But I think a couple of things are going on. Remember that Trump, he is carrying negotiations on with multiple countries, I think up to 100 now. And I do believe that China is beginning to understand that they need to get moving on these negotiations or they're going to be left behind.
We had a very successful bilateral meeting with the Republic of South Korea today. We may be moving faster than I thought, and we will be talking technical terms as early as next week as we reach an agreement on understanding as soon as next week. So South Koreans came early. They came with their A game, and we will see if they follow through on that.
And don't forget, India is also speaking, I believe, with the Trump administration as we speak. So the more success and the more success stories that we have coming out, the more pressure China is going to feel, and they're going to feel left out. They're going to feel isolated as well. And you do have countries that are coming to the table and working out deals. And the more that we make deals with nations like India, like South Korea, the more vulnerable China is going to be.
In response to President Trump's tariff announcements, more than 100 countries have approached us, wanting to help rebalance global trade. These countries have responded openly and positively to the president's actions to create a more balanced international system. We are engaged in meaningful discussions and look forward to talking with others.
Meaningful discussions. And that's Scott Bessent, of course, Treasury Secretary. For months, Beijing, this is from Reuters, for months, Beijing has been projecting an air of strength and confidence in its ability to withstand an escalating trade war with the United States. But these exemptions suggest it needs to roll back some of these levies on crucial items that it cannot make at home there in China or source elsewhere. Last year, China imported $11.7 billion worth of semiconductors from the U.S., according to customs data. So it does seem like China has blinked. And, you know, I hate to say it, but Donald Trump has been saying all along that China, you know how he likes to say that Ukraine doesn't have the cards? He's also said that about China. He has also said that China does not have the economy. Scott Bessent has said this as well, that China does not have the economy to withstand a trade war with America. They just don't. And so now they say again that China has blinked, and we'll have to see how this whole thing goes this morning. But I think that this is very big news. Again,
it's not helping stock futures at all.
Okay, so talk about the market yesterday and talk about the futures this morning.
So yesterday we were up across the board. It was a beautiful day. Dow Jones Industrials up 486, NASDAQ up 458, and the S&P rose 109. So great gains across the board yesterday. Now futures this morning, the Dow futures are down just 36 points, but they're down. NASDAQ futures, however, are up 56 points, S&P up 15. So we are, on a good trajectory toward the opening bell. And it could be that investors haven't caught up with this news yet. In this pre-market trading, who knows what they've listened to at this point. It's 5 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
4 o'clock on, no. Yes, no.
It is 6 o'clock on the East Coast.
6 o'clock on the East Coast.
6:15 on the East Coast.
It's really early.
Yeah,
you know
it's
the great
Friday.
news is, Joan?
Yeah, what?
So in fairness to Joan,
yeah.
I am on cup of coffee number 4.
Oh.
And I don't know how many cups of coffee you've had, Joan, but I just made the Mandis mud. You know the Mandis mud?
Yeah, I do. I smell it every morning when I walk past the kitchen.
So I put 3 scoops in of the really bad coffee grounds here at the radio station. So if you need some Mandis mud, it's ready.
All right.
All right, very good. I hope you're ready for traffic because it is 5:15 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Time to check the roads.
Yeah, so far there is nothing going on in the roadways this morning. Everything looks great on 65, 40, and on 24. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
5:15, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. As far as your weather for today, your Friday, high of 76 and thunderstorms. On Saturday, a high of 75, scattered showers. And on Sunday, a high of 75 and partly sunny. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I think Joan said that in the futures, the Dow is down just a tad. The futures are down just a tad. I'm going to take that as a positive. I'm just going to take that as a positive. We'll have to see what happens at the opening bell. But to me, at least, it does seem, and the reporting on this is showing that China has blinked as these deals are coming in from other countries. So China, again, could be beginning to crack. Another angle on this, and this is another headline. China is considering exempting some goods from U.S. tariffs. And this goes beyond the semiconductors and the circuits that we were just talking about. China, and this is from Bloomberg, China is considering exempting some U.S. imports from its 125% tariffs and is asking businesses to provide lists of goods that could be eligible in the biggest sign yet that Beijing is worried about the economic fallout after its trade war with Washington, as that does continue. A list of 131 categories of products eligible for exemptions was circulating widely on social media among businesses and trade groups on Friday. That's today. Reuters, they say, could not verify the list, whose items ranged from vaccines and chemicals to jet engines. So they've already quietly dropped tariffs on some things, again, like semiconductors, and that could extend to these other things as well. Again, you're talking about vaccines, chemicals, they say jet engines as well. But it's important to remember that this isn't just about the tariffs. This is about a multi-pronged attack, a lot of different angles here that President Trump is going after to try to help our economy and ultimately try to help me and you and everybody listening try to have a job and more money in our pockets. One of the things Trump really wants to do, and you know this, is he wants to bring jobs back to America. He also wants to make money on tariffs. He wants to cut taxes. He wants to cut regulations. All of this, again, a multi-pronged effort to help our economy. Now, right now, as we speak, Congress is considering Trump's one big, beautiful bill, that massive spending package that does include tax cuts and deregulation. Trump was on with Glenn Beck last night, and they were talking about this.
And then all we have to do is work the bill, work the magic. But it'll be the biggest tax cut in history. But it'll be the biggest regulation cuts in history. It'll be so many other things. And I think that if Congress gets them approved, and I think they will, now we will get no votes from Democrats. It's horrible. It's horrible. The divide is so incredible. You look at what's going on. I mean, the level is just so bad there. Their policy is so bad. They are so bad on policy. They're so far off. When I watch them trying to prosecute the same things that they just lost an election in a landslide on, and they're still going through the same things. It's crazy.
There you go. And I believe that Donald Trump is right. You know, one of the things, and I've said this ad nauseum, so I'm not going to focus on this today, but one of the things that I would also say is that the media and the Democrats, they've been, as I have been saying, wishing and hoping for a recession. And I've never seen such a large group of people hoping for the United States to lose, because a loss for Donald Trump would mean a loss for the United States. You have all of these folks that, again, from the Democrats to the media and other folks as well, they want Trump and America to lose because they want Donald Trump to have a loss. And so this, at least in my opinion, with China now, where it is they're going to start lowering that 125% tariff they have on American goods going into China. And again, word is this morning, they have dropped tariffs on certain products already altogether in a sheer sign, a good sign that they are beginning to crumble. And that is going to force them to the table if they haven't been talking already. And this puts Donald Trump really in the driver's seat as far as negotiations. It is 5:20 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. You can always watch us on, we live stream the radio show, so you can watch us on YouTube, Facebook, also 997WTN.com, and also X. If you watch us on Facebook, which is how I recommend that you watch, then you can also take the Daily Dan poll. Today's Daily Dan.
You mean YouTube?
What did I say?
You said Facebook.
YouTube. And, minor details, KGB. Minor details.
Well, going to the incorrect website is one thing.
Listen, Joan didn't know what time zone we're in.
But, Mom...
It's a Friday kind of morning around here.
It is a Friday kind of morning.
It felt like Friday yesterday. I don't know if any about you, but yesterday felt like it should have been the weekend.
No, actually, Jeff, it did not feel like Friday at all yesterday.
Nope.
Not
even a little bit.
Me and Joe are like, what the hell are you talking about?
Fine.
All right, real quick. On YouTube, take the Daily Dan poll. The poll question is...
With potential changes to college loans, should students still have to pay back current loans?
So apparently, Joan, May 5th. May 5th is when the Department of Education, I guess, is going to start going after those with college loans. Remember,
Yes.
Biden, all through the 4 years, he was forgiving loans and he was postponing the payback of those loans. And so now Trump has come in and, conservatives, we're all about accountability. And Trump has said, no, you took out the loans. Now, beginning on May 5th, y'all got to start paying them back. And so, and I completely missed this story. So, I mean, I guess this is, I missed it. Apparently, I missed it. So, what are people saying on the super text line?
It's 96% yes. Shocking none of us.
Another great Mandis poll, Joan.
Way to go, Dan.
Honestly, to be fair, it is hard to get a 50-50 split with our audience, with our listeners.
It really is. But I've got some great audio that I'm going to play at 5:35. Some great audio that I'm going to play at 5:35 from somebody who does have a student loan, and she is really upset that she now has to pay that loan back. I've got that story for you.
Let me play the world's
more.
smallest violin for her.
It's great audio. You know what? Maybe the poll question should actually be, do you feel sorry for these people who have to pay back their college loans?
I think we know the answer to that as well.
All right, moving right along. Joan, what's coming up in the news?
A medical helicopter has crashed. We'll tell you where and what's happening around that scene this morning. Also, thousands of electric customers lost power after a substation fire. And we'll give you the updates on that as well. We've got those stories and more coming up at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Did you know you're overpaying for your health and wellness products?
With over 20 company-owned brands offering its members vitamins, supplements, wellness, and skincare products, you're able to save up to 70% off retail.
Members Nutrition can't change your life, but we can change the way you live.
528, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in to a Friday. The Super Text line is open at 615-737-9986. People are kind of snarky today, Joan. 4702 says, hey, KGB, a better poll would be after yesterday and Dan admitting he doesn't like barbecue, beer, sweet tea, and NASCAR. Is Dan Mandis a closet communist?
It was only a matter of time before it was released.
You know
truth.
what? Whatever. Do you know what I had for dinner last night, Joan?
What's that?
Sweet tea.
Barbecue.
Barbecue. I just knew it.
With sweet tea and a Bud Light.
Here's the deal. I am acquiescing to the clear peer pressure that I'm now feeling from Team Murphy in the afternoon and WTN Nation.
What was the barbecue?
Yeah, what'd you get? Where'd you get it from?
So it was the music. Okay. After the break.
Mm-hmm. Get your thoughts together.
Yeah, because I'm going to be honest with you. I got to ask my wife. Because she was so inspired and so irritated with yours truly that she actually said, Mandis, you're an idiot. I'm going to go get some barbecue and force feed you barbecue. And that is exactly what she did.
That's out of love. That's
that's
someone that
love
truly
for you.
loves
Yep.
you.
Sure. We'll talk about that and a whole lot more straight ahead on WTN.
Good morning now, 5:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Cloudy skies right now at 66, and we may have some storms throughout the day today. Nothing serious, just some thunderstorms. We'll have more on that and on traffic right after the news. A medical helicopter has crashed in a small town in Illinois. This woman witnessed that crash.
It started spinning out of control. My first reaction was to actually really to get the kids inside because I didn't know what was going to happen. At that time, it crashed. It was such a loud boom.
The 3 crew members who were on board that flight all survived. The chopper was involved in test flights at the time of the crash. In the case of the murders of 4 Idaho college students, there has been an important ruling regarding the upcoming trial.
The suspect accused of killing 4 Idaho college students could face the death penalty if he's convicted. Brian Koberger's attorney argued the death penalty should be off the table because of Koberger's autism diagnosis, but a judge has rejected that claim. The trial begins in August.
That's ABC's Lionel Moise. A fire at a Hickman County electric substation yesterday afternoon left thousands without power. Make that in the morning. That happened in the morning. Channel 4 says that this happened about 9:30 a.m.
Power company Meriwether Lewis tells us upgrades were being made inside that substation when the fire happened. One contractor working outside was hurt.
Power has now been restored to most. Crews are working on temporary fixes for the rest of the customers. The driver of a motorcycle involved in a serious crash in Murfreesboro last night has died. That accident involved a car and that motorcycle. It occurred on South Church Street. The driver of the car is said to be okay. Stock futures this morning are running kind of weird. Now the Dow futures are down 111 points. The NASDAQ futures on the plus side by 4. S&P futures are up just 1 point. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Just wet on the roads this morning in some spots, but the major roadways heading into Nashville look like they're doing okay so far this morning. Just for your travel plans, if you're headed out to the Cookeville area on 40, the westbound side, just in the Baxter, Tennessee area, there is a crash on 40, and that's causing a big backup. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.537 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. How are you for a Friday? Joan Jones is here. KGB Jeff Malinoff as well. Hey, you guys want to play Fun with Audio?
Oh, always like that one.
All right, so we're going to do that, but real quick. So you guys were asking me what barbecue Amy got. So it was like a store brand kind of a barbecue, Jack Daniels.
Oh, yeah, I've had that.
Yeah, so you throw it in the microwave, and I mean, nothing. I, of course, cooked it wrong, but Jack Daniels, it's like a brisket kind of a thing. But anyway, so I had it with a bun, and it was fine. You know,
it was fine. It wasn't
fine.
Good. It wasn't tasty.
It was fine.
It was fine.
You know what it was? It was like goopy and messy.
What are you doing?
What it was.
What are you doing, man?
Nothing. I'm just saying it was fine. You know what I want? So Amy almost has me convinced that we need to go to Memphis. Of all places, we were just talking about this yesterday.
Memphis. To get barbecue.
To get barbecue.
Okay.
I said, all right, we'll go to Memphis.
Are you packing?
We'll get... Yeah, you know what? All that training at the Glock store is going to come in handy in Memphis.
It's all for this moment, particularly.
Am I packing my bulletproof vest for the trip down to Memphis? Perhaps.
I was thinking about defense.
Anyway, so we'll. But here's what I really want, and Joan and KGB, you guys can help. I live in Mount Juliet.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody give me one place. The absolute best barbecue place you can think of. I will go there this weekend and report back on Monday. I want one place that you recommend to go for barbecue. And I'll go and I'll
all right, so in my neck of the woods.
I'm not going up where you live. You live in the middle of nowhere. You're great, though.
The middle of nowhere. There's Porky's Pit and Prater's.
Okay.
Those are two. Prater's is a well-respected barbecue place.
Okay. And that it is about, what, nine hours from my house?
Yeah.
So I won't be going there. But I appreciate it, Joan. Very much so.
4702 says, go to the Stick Pig in Murfreesboro. Memphis barbecue is overrated.
Ooh.
I have heard about the Stick Pig, and I have heard good things.
Okay, you know what? Here's the thing about Memphis, and I'm going to move on. But...
Are you saying stick? S-T-I-C-K?
Yes, Stick Pig.
Are you sure it's not Stuck Pig? Whatever. I don't care.
Oh, I'm sorry. Slick Pig. Excuse me.
Slick.
My left eye.
The question about going to Memphis for barbecue, and I said this to Amy, is it worth risking your life over?
That's a good point. That's a good question, actually.
Yeah. I mean, that's all I'm saying. All right, let's play some fun with audio. So we're in delay, right, KGB? All right, so.
Yeah. What? Oh, gosh.
I haven't heard it.
Okay, so I should have the dump button ready.
Here's how Fun with Audio works is I have not heard the audio, and Joan has not heard it. KGB has not heard it. So what we're doing is we are just hearing it and reacting along with you folks.
Oh, dear.
This is from our friends in End Wokeness, as she finds out that beginning on May 5th, she's going to have to start paying back her college loans, and she's not happy.
They about to garnish our wages. They really know how to just ruin your day. The U.S. government hates everybody here. Y'all,
wow.
As of May 5th, they're taking 15% of your wages towards student loans. Y'all, I've been ignoring student loans since I've been in school.
Wait.
Well,
That's
then
your
maybe
fault,
you shouldn't.
then.
Yeah, maybe you shouldn't have gotten a gender studies.
So she just said, I've been. Did she say that she's been ignoring student loans?
She has.
Isn't that
That's
a
what she
crime?
said.
Or
Well-
some sort of like fraud? Or not, maybe not fraud, but.
She looks like a younger woman, so it is plausible that she's been ignoring her student loan because Biden told her to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, she may have graduated, during COVID when they put a pause on all those student loans, and then Biden just kept it carrying on. So let's
it was begun, by the way, by Trump.
Was it?
Yeah.
During COVID?
Yes.
Okay. That's right, it was.
But then, yeah.
And Biden kept extending the period
Yep. Kept
throughout his
extending.
entire term.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
In an effort to buy votes.
That's exactly right. Let's see here. Let's see what else she has to say.
If y'all know how much I owe in student loan, y'all would think I went to school to be a lawyer. And it's a degree that wasn't even providing me a decent lifestyle. I was just living off vibes.
Then why'd you do it?
She was living off vibes?
Vibes. She was
What
living
does that
off
even mean?
vibes.
It's
ridiculous.
We don't live on the same planet.
KGB, if you have a car loan, don't worry about it. You can live off vibes.
Yeah. Do you take vibes, sir? I could give you some like TikTok dances for payments.
Mm-hmm.
You know what's so funny about this? It is almost like this video. And by the way, this was reposted by End Wokeness. It's almost like this woman is pretending to be someone who is on the left who doesn't want to take accountability. Do you know what I mean?
You think it's satire? Or do you think it's...
No, it seems like satire, but I don't believe it is. I just think that this woman, she is so consumed with her own narcissism and trying to avoid accountability and responsibility that she's just doesn't realize how silly she sounds.
And it's a degree that wasn't even providing me a decent lifestyle. I was just living off vibes. So you mean to tell me I went to school and y'all lied to me? Y'all wanted me to go out there and do triple the work to get a degree. Y'all, I owe so much money. I'm in Texas, so we don't have state tax. 15%. Hell, you might as well go ahead and add 5 more.
I want to know what her degree's in.
Yeah, me too.
Who lied to her?
What's her name?
It doesn't say what her name is.
Okay.
But to your point, who lied to her? Now, this is where the story, I'm not excusing her ignorance, but you will oftentimes have the colleges and the high schools will lie to someone about their degree or their major or their ability to make money with said major. So if she wants to do, what is it you said? You were mockingly saying, was it human studies or something like that, Joan?
Gender studies.
Gender studies.
This is what they all do. They think they're going to go out there and do gender studies.
And make a living.
Yeah.
Oh, you're going to make a ton of money. You're going to work in human resources. You're going to work for the universities. But here's the thing. Here's what I'm going to say. Is that she's young enough to know that there has been controversy over these meaningless degrees for years.
Yep.
Do you know what I was in Denver, Colorado as a talk show host there. That was 11 and a half years ago. The monologue I sent in to WTN, one of them to get the job, middays at WTN, was on literally this topic 12 years ago is when I sent the tape in. In other words, this has been going on for well over 10 years. This woman is young enough to have known that when she started going to college, she should have looked very closely at whether or not she could make money on her major. This conversation has been going on for that long. So you can't blame other people, I would say to this woman. You can't blame other people for your own ignorance because you're young enough to be able to realize, you know what? Basket weaving, probably not the best major because this has been a conversation for a long time.
Add 10. Because that's the state tax. I cannot believe this. I just had to pull over, y'all. My head started throbbing. I'm about to get a headache. They're doing this in a couple of weeks, y'all. I got to go do deferment. I got to go do something. Y'all, we can't get away from this. People are even already saying that their credit score has dropped from a 700 something to a 500 something. Oh my gosh, my credit score. 15%, whether you have it or not, as of May 5th. So long as you have money in your bank account, they are taking it.
Well, wait, so whether you have it or not, she says, but then if it's in your bank account, they're going to take it.
Apparently, they're going to take it anyway.
How will that affect their credit score if they're actually paying the payments?
Well, here's the thing. If you have it in your bank account, then you obviously have it.
Yeah.
Listen, I get it. It's uncomfortable. And people who owe college debt, I mean, their past decisions are now coming back to bite them in the butt. I mean, sorry, but you chose, and I know this is very familiar. It's like, you know, the last 15 years of topics. You chose to get the major. You chose to go to the school, and you chose this path for yourself. So you can't now sit here and be upset because your past decisions are finally catching up with you.
In fact, financial aid just called me the other day and I hung up on them. Not in the mood. Don't have it. I'm living off life. I'm vibing.
What the? Okay.
Okay, that's going to get you far.
Oh, my gosh.
You know what? Can somebody please explain what vibing means? Because it's way too early to
Laziness. I don't know.
It's way too early to call Chris Hand.
If I told my dad, hey, I'm not living off money right now, I'm living off vibes, he would laugh at me and go, you don't get a job, I'm going to, yeah, you know what I mean? Just like.
It's living off your feelings.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, so WikiHow says, you're texting a friend and you send, hey, we're vibing. Wish you could have been there. Vibing, what does it mean? Vibing is a slang term that describes a good or positive feeling, emotional reaction, or atmosphere.
You know how else you can do that? Making a good living. Working hard.
That's exactly right, KGB. Right. So I guess if you're vibing, you can have bad vibes too, right?
Oh, I think so.
Yeah.
Does that put you in debt if you have bad vibes? If that puts your good vibes in debt?
Don't know. You know, the Beach Boys once sang about good vibrations.
Is that how Chaz, remember the city of Chaz, is that how they had that? Was that their economic viewpoint, vibes?
No, they were just about violence.
I mean, that's a vibe.
Right,
It's just about lighting stuff on fire.
Well, now
maybe that's the payment. You have to light something on fire to pay for something.
All right, so if you watch us on YouTube, watch us anywhere, basically. But if you watch us on YouTube, we have the Daily Dan poll. The Daily Dan poll question is, should these people have to pay these college loans back? And, of course, 100% of the people said yes, right?
We're at 96%, 95% right now.
I would like to know those other 5%.
Yeah,
Who are you? And whatever.
Why do they not, how come they do not have to be held accountable? That's my question for that 5%.
All right, real quick. MSNBC's Molly Zhang, or is it Zhang Fast? Whatever. She is on MSNBC, and she is talking about Doge and Elon Musk cutting waste, fraud, and abuse, and she claims it is not popular. Again, MSNBC.
That package. He seems to be leaving with a bit of a whimper here. Yeah. He said, we played some audio from earlier on the Tesla call. He said he'd still be around now and then, day here, day there, but clearly his role is drawing down. And let's just talk about the legacy of Doge, where it has plenty of job cuts, plenty of chaos, but nowhere near the savings Musk promised. I mean, not even close, by a factor of a lot. They missed their goals, and a lot of it, even they've said they've accomplished, they got wrong.
All right, so a couple of things. Elon Musk, in fairness, they promised $1 to $2 trillion in savings. It's about like $155 billion. But, and this is what I've said all along, is that, okay, so we at least saved the $155 billion, but number two, he exposed it. that to me is worth trillions because he exposed the lunacy of what our government has been using our taxpayer dollars for. So, I mean, they can talk about Elon Musk leaving in a whimper, but, I mean, you want to talk about a surface-level conversation. There's a lot of layers to this discussion.
Right. I mean, it was a lot of drama for not a lot of savings.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay,
who caused the drama? It was them by torching Tesla dealerships.
Right.
Go ahead, Joan.
So yesterday, the Department of Government Efficiency on their X account posted this. For the past 7 weeks, Social Security has been executing a major cleanup of their records. Approximately 11 million number holders, all listed at age 120 plus, have now been marked deceased. Another 1.4 million will go with expected completion in 2 weeks.
Nice.
So don't tell me that they're not figuring things out.
Exactly.
Because they are.
And that's what I mean.
Yeah.
They're figuring stuff out. They're exposing stuff. And this is indicative of the failure, not only of the Biden administration, but this has been going on for a long time. But it is indicative of how the Biden administration ran things because, let's be honest, a lot of that USAID, that ridiculous spending, was under Joe Biden. That's number one. Number two, the Democrats are screaming, oh, they're going to take away Social Security. For dead people. You know what I mean?
Yes. Come on.
So
honestly,
yeah.
Who was getting that money? How were they able to put it in their bank accounts? That's something for Pam Bondi to figure out.
Illegal aliens, Joan.
Yeah.
That was one of the big ones. Here's more.
That seems enormous to me. And I think, look, he's now had to step back from this. And remember, they had numbers that were going to be humongous. They were going to save so much money. And it's been down, down, down. And I think, look, it wasn't popular.
It wasn't popular.
It wasn't popular to save taxpayers' money.
It actually was. Strange-looking Molly Jong-Fast on MSNBC. She's got like 3 colors in her hair. One of those people.
We used to do this in a way that wasn't so aggressive, that might have been, with a scalpel and not with a chainsaw. And instead, Elon went with the chainsaw and the drama. And I think ultimately it's reflected in these polling numbers. We're seeing this is just not a popular move.
So bottom line is my official talk show host opinion on this.
Mm-hmm.
It is popular among conservatives, and they may not like some of the Democrats may not like some of the things that they have discovered because it looks bad on them. The reason why Elon Musk is stepping aside and going back to focus more on Tesla is because there's a lot more competition in the electric vehicle market these days than there has been in the last several years. There's no doubt that Elon Musk has been really at the forefront of electric vehicles. And also, he's on record as saying, I'm tired of the death threats.
Yeah. I mean, Trump and Elon could give everyone $1 million each, and the MSNBC would go, well, the popularity is not there.
Yeah.
This is a bad idea. Like, you can't win with these people.
Speaking of can't win, can we talk about the Titans?
Well, I mean,
Did you like that, Joe?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was well done.
Thank you. So just very briefly, because my caring of the Titans is like very minuscule, but can we talk about Cam Ward?
Yes, Cam Ward out of Miami. He's the quarterback they selected number 1. He has what they think he's the guy. Yes, he's a quarterback. What they're going to do now is build around him, and people are optimistic. So we'll see how that goes.
And they have a good offensive line because that's been the problem. Going way back to Marcus Mariota and all the quarterbacks that have been here, they've all had the same challenge, which is an offensive line.
Running for their lives, yeah.
Yeah.
So last year they drafted a left tackle, Latham, who's been pretty solid. I think what they're going to do for the rest of the draft is build a offense around Ward. I think they're going to go a lot of offensive line. I think multiple picks will be offensive line, maybe add some defense in there as well. But I think what they're going to do for the foreseeable future is just build truly a team around him. I think they're going to start with an offensive line and more depth to that.
Now, is it going to be worth the far, far, far higher ticket prices people are going to have to pay in that new stadium? That's the big question.
Yeah. They still have some time to build a good team before that stadium is built. They have another year.
Yeah, but you're already being charged enormous amounts of money for licensing, what is it? PSLs, the licensing seats. You know,
The
you want to
season
get
tickets and
season
that kind
ticket holders, that kind of a thing. They're charging a lot of money, a lot more money, and people are like, we can't afford this.
They're doing it. They've done it all around the country.
Yeah,
so.
that's not
Right.
just
Yep.
a Tennessee Titans thing.
Yeah, I know. But all I'm saying is that it's one thing if you've got a team to justify the higher prices. I kind of sort of get it. But right now, and for the last several years, the Titans don't. Moving right along. Because I don't care. 5:55. Joan.
Yes. So we've got more on the China blinks story this morning. What exactly China is doing to ease trade tensions with the United States, saying that they are quietly rolling things back. Yep, we've got those stories coming up here at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.556, Nashville's Morning News. Dan Matt is here, and spring rebate madness time at Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. I want you to listen to these rebates. A mini split 17 SEER or a heat pump 17 SEER. That is an $800 rebate courtesy of Busy Bee. Heat pumps 15 and 16 SEER. That is a $500 rebate. Duct sealing or repair. That's a $300 rebate. So many ways to save with Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. You join the Beehive Club today from Busy Bee. You get a $50 rebate on your spring and fall tune-up, and that means that you've already saved enough money to pay for the Beehive membership for the year. And yes, they'll even file those rebates so you don't have to. Find them online, busybeehvac.com. Again, Busy Bee, always finding ways to save you money. 615-775-7833. 615-775-7833.
Good morning. It is 6 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Well, this will make a mess of your commute this morning. 24, the westbound lanes at Haywood Lane. There is a crash, and it's blocking the HOV lane this morning. That'll cause a backup as you're heading into Nashville. There is breaking news this morning. We've just learned that a car bomb in Moscow has killed a senior Russian military officer. ABC News is reporting that it was an IED that was allegedly planted in a parked car that detonated as one of those military leaders was walking toward it. A team of investigators is on the site right now. We'll have more on this as that develops this morning. Also breaking this morning, China quietly rolling back retaliatory tariffs of 125% on some semiconductors made in the U.S. CNN reports that Beijing is attempting to soften the blow of an ongoing trade war on its all-important tech industry. CNN reporting that for months, Beijing has been projecting an air of strength and confidence in its ability to withstand the escalating trade war with the U.S., but these exemptions suggest that it needs to roll back some levies on crucial items that it cannot make at home or source elsewhere. Now, this news comes just as media outlets have been reporting that Beijing is denying President Trump's claims that it's in active talks with the U.S. We've got more on this story as it develops this morning. We have new information about that bomb threat that was made at a Murfreesboro church on Wednesday. Police are now saying that that threat came from within the church. Two teens who were attending the weekly youth night at New Vision Church on North Thompson Lane, they have been charged. Here's their pastor, Greg Freeman.
Honestly, we were praying for those two young men who did this and their families. And, there's grace and forgiveness, and there's going to be consequences for their actions.
No explosives were found. Those teens were booked into the Rutherford County Juvenile Detention Center. And a patron at Morgan Wallen's downtown bar has been arrested after allegedly writing a threat on the back of a receipt while he sat at the bar on Wednesday night. Reginald Smith is his name. He says he did it as a joke. WSMV's Alexandria Adams.
Bartender on duty reportedly saw Smith writing something on the receipt, but didn't check it until later. Now, Smith told police he wrote it as a joke, and he's now charged with making a false report.
Smith is expected in court today. Market Numbers Report. It's brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. We're watching futures tank a little bit here this morning. The Dow futures now down 214, NASDAQ futures minus 71, and the S&P futures are down 16 as well. We'll get more trying to figure out what's causing the futures to decline this morning. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Okay, that crash, it's on 24, the westbound side at Haywood Lane, exit 57, and it is blocking the HOV lane this morning. Careful as you're traveling on 24. Elsewhere, a crash in Woodbine on 440 westbound at Nolensville Pike, exit 6. That one involves some injuries. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.607 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Trump envoy Steve Witkoff is expected to meet with Vladimir Putin in Moscow today. The breaking news, of course, we have had a car bomb go off in Moscow, and one of their military generals or whatever has been killed. So we are watching that story as it continues to develop. Big story the last couple of days here on Nashville's Morning News has been this renewed pressure by the Trump administration to end the war in Ukraine. At least it's been in the headlines. But I don't think that that pressure has ever really gone away. It has just been overshadowed by other news stories, but it is most certainly in the news this morning. Now, remember yesterday, big news, the storyline. Donald Trump said that a deal was close with Ukraine and Russia. Came out and he said, we've got a deal. Vladimir Zelensky comes out and says, no, there is no deal. And then Russia bombs the living crap out of Ukraine. And then Trump, of course, sends out that social media post telling Vladimir Zelensky that big, long post talking about how Zelensky doesn't really want peace. And he also told Vladimir Putin to stop bombing Ukraine. You know what I feel like? I feel like President Trump is trying to control a couple of fifth graders who are fighting. That's what it feels like. Trump is trying to be the adult in the room. He's trying to control the chaos. He's trying to save lives. And neither Zelensky nor Putin really want peace. That's what it seems like to me. And so then yesterday, again, we talked about all this. J.D. Vance echoed what Marco Rubio said and others in that we may have to focus on other priorities. And so all that as Trump's team is in Moscow today. Now, President Trump told Glenn Beck last night, and it was a great interview, that he felt like of the two, Ukraine really has been the more problematic.
I'm just trying to end it. And I'm actually ending it, yes, for money, but I'm not ending it for that, number one. I'm ending it because they're losing 5,000 people a week. Young soldiers are being killed, Russian and Ukrainian both. But in the end, Russia has a lot of soldiers, and they have a very big military. And things were said, like when Zelensky was in the Oval Office, I was talking about getting it done, and he starts screaming, but we need security, meaning security after the fact. I said, security? I don't even know if we can get this deal done.
Yep.
He's asking for more, just more and more and more.
Yep.
And he doesn't have the cards.
Yeah. 2323 says, and he is spot on, he or she is spot on. Zelensky does not want peace. He wants the money to keep flowing. There's no telling what his net worth is right now. And, you know, I keep hearing Donald Trump say that Ukraine does not have the cards. But what does that mean? Well, obviously what that means is that they don't have the military or the means to keep this fighting going for another how many years? Indefinitely? You know, it's one thing if Ukraine is fighting on their own dime, but they're not. They're fighting on everybody else's dime. And as Donald Trump and J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio, they've all said, this is not our war. And so when you have Zelensky out there, Donald Trump is trying to ease tensions, because that's what it was all about yesterday and the day before. When Trump is talking about both Russia and Ukraine and about how they're close to a deal. And then Zelensky comes out and he says, we have no deal. We're not even close to a deal. And then Vladimir Putin starts bombing the crap out of Ukraine. Then Trump is left trying to clean up this whole mess. And so I totally understand why Marco Rubio and J.D. Vance and others are saying, we may just have to walk away from this whole thing. Vladimir Zelensky does not have the cards. It's clear that Vladimir Putin can keep fighting. It is obviously clear. Now, has Putin come out a loser in this war? Absolutely. In the sense that this was supposed to be a very quick war. Putin was supposed to come in and wipe the floor with Ukraine, and it was going to be an easy victory. Here we are now, 3 years later, 4 years later, whatever it's been. And they're still fighting. And it's been amazing to watch as Ukraine has been able to hold Russia at bay for this long, but at what cost? At what blood and treasure cost? It's our treasure and it's Ukraine's blood. And a big part of all of this is that, yes, America and Europe has been paying for this war. And it's getting a little frustrating.
He doesn't have the cards. So hopefully he's going to get it done, because I don't believe that Vladimir Putin would be doing this for anybody else but me. A lot of people have said it too. I think he had the idea of going all the way through. I think he's willing to make a deal. And I would say thus far, he's been easier to deal with than Zelensky. Thus far.
Yeah, this was a Donald Trump interview with Glenn Beck. And there's some people that are mocking Donald Trump, right? Because y'all know that Trump said that he would solve the problem of this war. It would end on day one of his presidency. Well, we're now approaching 100 days, and this war, at least to me, there's no end in sight. Zelensky just won't negotiate. Now, remember that part of this is that Putin wants Crimea and those other regions to be Russia's, officially, if you will. Remember, they took over Crimea years ago under Biden. Donald Trump was talking about this, of course, in that big, long post on Truth Social, where he says Obama and Ukraine basically gave away Crimea to Russia. There was no blood spilled and there was not a bullet fired. And Zelensky wants that back. And as Donald Trump said, we didn't fight for it. Now it's supposed to be our problem. Now that Russia's had this for how many years now? And so it is clear that Crimea is not going to go back to Ukraine. Russia's got it, and they're not going to let it go. Now, in the Oval Office yesterday, Donald Trump was asked a very important question about Russia and sanctions. That story is coming up on Super Talk 99.7. It is 6:15. Time to check the roads on WTN.
Well, you want to hear a mess up?
So what's going on?
The person that's supposed to say it never recorded one.
All right, so Joan, if Joan is back there, I know we do have some problems out on the roadway.
Yeah, let's see. Hang on here 1 second.
This
This
is what I love about the way our traffic has now been set up.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Joan.
No, love is not the word. Crash this morning on 24, the westbound side. It's right at Haywood Lane, and it's blocking off the HOV lane. Now, it is jammed from Laverne this morning. Looks like from Waldron all the way up to that spot this morning. Traffic, it's a matter of fact, looks like it's almost stopped as you're approaching the crash scene this morning. Careful as you head in. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
When the traffic reporter remembers to record it.
Yes.
Thank you, Joan, for bailing us out. It is 6:16. As far as your weather goes, today, high of 76 and some thunderstorms. On Saturday, tomorrow, a high of 75 and scattered showers. On Sunday, a high of 75. partly sunny skies. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. We do have some breaking news out in Moscow. A car bomb has killed. Joan, who did the car bomb kill? It was a military official in Moscow, in Russia?
Yeah, it was a Lieutenant General Yaroslav Moskalik.
Oh, him.
Yeah, him.
Okay.
So,
good.
yeah, I'm, of course, everyone's looking at this as, hey, did Ukraine plan this?
Right.
Well,
and you've got Trump's team is in Moscow today.
Yes.
Engaged in talks as well.
Yes.
So, yeah, there's a lot going on as it relates to the war in Ukraine, Russia and Ukraine. Yesterday in the Oval Office, Donald Trump was asked about possible sanctions against Russia if they continue to bomb Ukraine. And here's what he had to say.
So we are thinking that very strongly that they both want peace, but they have to get to the table. We're waiting a long time. They have to get them to the table, and I think we're going to get peace. We want to save 5,000 young people. I used to say 2,500. I now say 5,000. So we have about 5,000 young people a week that are dying in that ridiculous war. I started out because I didn't like all the money that we were paying, and then I realized how many people were dying, and that's by far the more important element right now. I'm saying we can save thousands of people, and I don't like that it takes long at all, but I think they both want to make peace. I do believe so. There's a lot of hatred there. There's a lot of very bad blood, a lot of distrust, but I hope we're going to get there for the sake of a lot of young people that are dying.
Now, it is clear, because I've been listening to Donald Trump's rhetoric on this for, years now, and it is clear that part of the storyline going on right now is that the Trump administration is looking to take the focus off of the treasure, the billions of dollars that have been spent, U.S. tax dollars on this war, and actually focus on the blood spilled. Now, part of the question is, and this is what I would be asking, what is it that would make both sides happy? And is it even possible to achieve peace at this point? Well, let's look at what Russia wants. Russia wants, among other things, recognition that Crimea and 4 other regions are officially controlled by Russia. Now, that's not going to happen according to Vladimir Zelensky and Ukraine. So that is literally a deal stopper right there. Russia also wants assurances that Ukraine will never be in NATO. Russia wants limits on the size of Ukraine's military. And it does seem to me that what Russia is trying to do is ensure that Ukraine does not have the military to be able to battle future aggressions by Russia. So you get another weak American president in there, and you limit Ukraine's military, well, then Russia can just, run over Ukraine very easily if they don't have the military. There's also been talk of a demand for regime change in Ukraine. Putin wants Zelensky out, and they want to maintain influence over Ukraine's domestic affairs. And so they want Russia literally, and Vladimir Putin wants to say in how Ukraine is run. And they also want some protection for Russian-speaking communities in Ukraine. And by the way, speaking of sanctions, they also want sanctions dropped against Russia from the West. And so there's a lot of things that Russia wants. And remember, Trump has been saying that Russia's been a lot easier to deal with. But I think part of that dynamic is that Russia knows that they're asking for things that Ukraine will never agree to. And so it's sort of like a game of chess, because Putin is trying to, at the very least, look like he's cooperating with peace talks. But in reality, he is asking for things that Zelensky simply will not agree to. When Ukraine says that they want security guarantees, that means that if they agree to military restraints, who is going to protect them? Because that has been a question that Ukraine has had for quite some time since this whole thing started is, okay, so if you're going to agree to Russia's demand that we limit our military, who is going to protect us once this deal is done? that is a legit question from Ukraine. And again, they'll never give up control of Crimea. That is a massive sticking point, and on it goes. So this, again, might be one of those situations where there is no solution. There was a moment yesterday. I don't know if you saw this, Joan. There was a moment that was especially poignant in the White House yesterday with Secretary of State Marco Rubio when he was talking about how much Donald Trump is trying to save lives.
There are today people that were alive yesterday that are not alive today because this war continues, and the president wants to stop it. And everyone should be thanking the president for being a peacemaker and trying to save lives. That's what we're trying to do here. It's not our war. We didn't start it, as you know. But we're trying to end the dying. We're trying to end the destruction. We've shown the path forward. We can see the finish line, but both of them have to get there. We're going to do everything we can to help them get there, but they have to ultimately say yes.
You know, one of the other things that Zelensky wants is Vladimir Putin and his team brought up on war crime charges and reparations from Russia. Well, if you think that Vladimir Putin is going to agree to a deal that ends with him being brought up on war crime charges, well, that is simply not going to happen either. So I don't see where there is a point where these two sides are going to come together. I just don't think there is.
And we are using a lot of pressure on both. You know, if you think we're just in there because we're nice people, then we are nice people, but we're using a lot of pressure on both.
Of all the leaders in the world today, no leader is working harder to prevent wars or end them than President Trump is right now. That's why we're talking to Iran. That's why we're engaged with Ukraine and Russia. It's the desire to prevent these wars from breaking out and to end the ones that exist already. And again, I just think it's tremendous for our country to be led by a president who desires to bring peace and establish peace and protect peace. So it's hard work.
Yep, it is hard work, and we'll have to wait and see how this whole thing plays out. By the way, this is 7884. What is Dan smoking this morning?
Well, what are you smoking?
Yeah, we're waiting for the answer.
I'm working off vibes this morning.
Oh, you're vibing.
Smoking the
I'm
vibe.
vibing.
Yes.
If you don't know what that means, we were having fun with a woman who said she was just living off vibes these days and refusing to pay back her college loans. He says, 7884, and it's a legit point, Putin has been playing with Ukraine. He could have wiped it off the map long ago. That is also what some people are saying too. But remember that Ukraine has been playing with our military equipment and Europe's military equipment as well. So that is a very strong debate that has been going on, is has Russia really been pulling its punches with Ukraine? And so that is a conversation that we'll save for another time. I think I asked, who was it that I asked? Stephen Bucci with the Heritage Foundation. A while back, I asked him that question, and he said no, that their army, their military was actually dated. They had dated equipment, they had old equipment, it was dilapidated, and that Ukraine was surprisingly tougher than Russia thought. Big debate going on. 624, and Joan, what's coming up?
A car bomb has killed a senior Russian military officer. We'll bring you the latest on that story. Also, RFK Jr. in Nashville yesterday. We'll bring you up to speed on his message. Those stories and more coming up at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.625 on WTN. Listen, tomorrow is a very big day. If you want to live on the lake, you've got to call my friends at Tennessee National. They have an amazing community 20 minutes outside of Knoxville, Tennessee, and they do have incredible deals on lake lots, and they're releasing them tomorrow. They've got a few slots left for private tours, but listen to this. Again, 20 minutes outside of Knoxville, Saturday, April 26th. Cottage packages with boat slips, they are starting at $379.9. Lake lots with covered boat slips from $64.9. Subdividable wooded lots from $79.9. And for the first time ever, fully furnished lakefront townhomes. Also the amenities, 10 miles of walking trails, 3.5 miles of shoreline, brand new 26,000 square foot clubhouse, and an amazing pickleball court, swimming pools, on-site coffee shops, and a whole lot more. So check them out, call them, and reserve your private tour. Again, they've only got a few slots left, 865-408-9992, 865-408-9992. Find them online. It is TennesseeNational.com. That's TennesseeNational.com. Got another date for you to keep in mind. Saturday, May 31st. It is the Glock Store's 5th annual open house. I've been to the previous 4, and these open houses with the Glock Store, they are amazing. Now, every year, they throw open the doors and they welcome all of Nashville to come in and join the fun and take advantage of all of the amazing specials as well. Now, the open house, it is famous for their incredible raffles, and this year, they'll be nonstop all day long, giving you the best chance ever to win some really great gear, including a custom Glock handgun. And even if you don't win a raffle, there will be incredible deals on all things Glock. By the way, including Glocks. So remember that date. It is going to be on Saturday, May 31st. It is the Glock Store's 5th annual open house. Minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere. It is the Glock Store. Find out more information, shoot270.com and glockstore.com.
Good morning. It is 6:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. They're still working that crash scene on 24 this morning. It is a crash that blocks the HOV lane on 24 westbound at Haywood Lane, and a big old backup behind it this morning, so you may need some extra time to get in. There is breaking news this morning. A car bomb in Moscow that has killed a senior Russian military officer. His name is Lieutenant General Yaroslav Moskalik. He was killed by an IED that appears to have been planted in a parked car at an apartment complex in Moscow. Closed circuit TV shows him approaching that vehicle as it explodes. Now, this comes as Special Envoy Steve Witkoff has arrived in Moscow and is expected to meet with Russian President Vladimir Putin today, part of ongoing diplomatic efforts aimed at ending Russia's war with Ukraine. Accused killer Luigi Mangione is making a court appearance today in federal court in New York City. He'll reportedly enter a plea to federal charges of stalking and murder for the death of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson in December. The charge of murder through the use of a firearm could land him a death sentence. RFK Jr. declaring drug addiction as a national security threat while at a summit on illegal drugs at Gaylord Opryland yesterday. The Secretary of Health and Human Services said more than 106,000 people died across the country from addiction last year.
Throwing money at it is not alone going to work. We need to really focus on reestablishing these historic ties to community. We have this whole generation of kids who's lost hope in their future.
One action plan, he says, is school cell phone bans, saying cell phones take us away from each other, feeding the addiction crisis. Well, just last month, Governor Bill Lee did sign a law that mandates schools ban the use of phones during class time. We're keeping an eye on stock futures this morning as they dip a little bit here. The Dow futures are down 141 now. The NASDAQ futures losing 17. S&P futures are down 3.5. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather up next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 632, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Dan Metis here for Clayton Homes. Now, Clayton Homes, they are in the middle of a big home sales event that is going on right now. It is the Go Big and Go Home sales event, exclusively from my friends at Clayton Homes. Now, they are changing the way homes are built, and these are affordable homes, and they cost less to live in. Now, Clayton Homes, they use quality products from the world's most trusted brands, and they come equipped with Energy Smart features for year-round comfort and a lifetime of savings. Now, if you already live in a manufactured or mobile home, you can actually use that as your down payment. Clayton Homes and Freedom Homes, they are here to answer all your questions with multiple options, floor plans, and features. Now, if you don't know where to start, check them out online at gobigandgohomesale.com. Again, that's gobigandgohomesale.com and get all the information you need and go home. Clayton Homes, sales price is for the home only. It does not include required taxes, delivery, and installation. Installed price will be higher. Contact your local retailer for complete sales price information. And for a list of eligible homes, discount may not be available on all models, may not be combined with any other offer or promotion. Sales event ends 4/30/25. Dan Mandis here, 635. Listen, if you've got some big events planned for this spring or later on in the summertime, and you want to do them outside, maybe you don't have enough room inside the house and you want to extend your living space, my friends at Nashville Tent and Awning, they can do just that with an incredible enclosure that can be installed anywhere. So, for example, if you've got a wedding planned in July and you want to do it in the backyard, well, Nashville Tent and Awning, they can help you create an incredible enclosure that can be installed anywhere, and it can look really fancy or it can look really casual. That's what I love about Nashville Tent and Awning. And they've been around since 1884. They are a Nashville institution, and they've worked with the likes of the Titans, Vanderbilt, and the Grand Ole Opry. They are one of the top companies in Nashville. And so, again, if you think about your backyard, you can actually extend your living space with a backyard enclosure so that you can enjoy the nice shade as the sun gets hotter and we head into summertime. And again, You can have a graduation party, birthday parties. You can have a wedding out there with one of these amazing enclosures. So check them out, Nashville Tent and Awning. Get some visuals at their website, ntaco.com and taco.com. 615-329-3701. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. 615-329-3701. Solid craftsmanship and built to last since 1884. Nashville Tent and Awning.
Big old slowdown on 24 westbound, a crash that blocks the HOV lane at Haywood Lane this morning. Also in Cedar Hill, Tennessee, you've got a crash involving injuries on 24, the eastbound side, past Maxey Road. That's exit 19. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.637 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Appreciate you listening. There is a story that I want to do in the 7 o'clock hour at 7:35. I'm going to do the story about the death of 33-year-old Daniel Russell, who died during an attempted arrest in Henry County here in Tennessee. And his family is demanding, this is how the story goes, his family is demanding answers and accountability. And yes, they filed a civil rights lawsuit as well. And I'm going to do that story at 7:35 here on Nashville's Morning News with some amazing audio. And at 7:05, we are going to speak to our friend Jonathan Fahey about illegal immigration and a whole bunch of other issues. And that, again, is coming up at 7:05 here on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Pete Hegseth, of course, knives are still out for Hegseth. And I got to tell you that, number one, I saw a story, and I touched on this yesterday, but I saw a headline where they said that Fox News would absolutely welcome Pete Hegseth back because his brand, even though some would argue that his brand is damaged because of his time in the Trump administration, I think most people who are Donald Trump supporters would tell you that his brand is not tarnished at all. As a matter of fact, you could say that Pete Hegseth, he is being targeted by folks on the left and people as well within the Department of Defense. Now, he is mired in yet another controversy this morning, yet another Signal app controversy. Now, we did talk about this yesterday as well. It seems to have reached fever pitch this morning.
According to two sources, we're learning that Hegseth used the Signal app on a personal computer in his office that was connected to the internet on an unsecured commercial line. What you mentioned is called a dirty line. And that was installed at Pete Hegseth's request so he could use the Signal app on his personal computer.
So I want to make sure I got this straight. So they're saying that he, and this is a quote, had the Signal app installed on his own personal computer and used a non-secure connection to the internet. I think I've got that right.
So why is this important? Well, a commercial internet line does not have the firewall protections that the Department of Defense's unclassified system has, so that makes it potentially susceptible to being monitored, particularly if sensitive information is being communicated.
You know, here's the thing, because I am so sick and tired of this story. Now, you know, and I've done all this before, but, you know, the Signal app, it was authorized to be used during the Biden administration for some communications, especially what's known as highly targeted government officials. I'm assuming that Hegseth would fall under that category. But this is where it gets interesting and also gets murky. Because remember, the accusation is that Hegseth used the Signal app on a personal computer with access to the internet, but not on a secured connection. But Signal has been used many, 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 many times. I mean, it is common practice within the Pentagon and the Department of Defense to use Signal, especially during Biden's administration. So I want you to think about Hegseth coming into the Trump administration. He's setting up his office. He's behind his desk, and he's getting set up with all the systems. And it is known. Everybody knows that Signal has been used in, the Department of Defense and the Pentagon for multiple ways and reasons. They've been using Signal, different personnel, different situations. Signal has been used. And so it seems to me, and this is from Reuters, just listen to this. There is limited specific information about Signal's use on computers during the Biden administration. However, a 2023 Department of Defense memo noted that its restrictions on Signal did not apply to apps on traditional desktop operating systems, suggesting some flexibility for computer use. In other words, you know what this feels like? This feels like, find me the man and I'll find you the crime. If you've got somebody that you want to take down, then we'll create a scenario where it looks like he has committed a crime. They did that with Donald Trump. Now, I guess the question here is going to be about that unsecured internet connection. But I do feel like this is show me the man and I'll find you a crime. That's what it feels like. Now, remember yesterday when we talk about James O'Keefe and his undercover operation. Remember the guy's name? His name is Nicholas Terza, and he is a branch chief with the Department of Defense. Now, again, this is important. I shared this story with you yesterday.
We're going to resist him, everything he does. James O'Keefe here in Arlington, Virginia, in front of the Pentagon. The branch chief inside the Pentagon saying on hidden camera he's going to resist against Trump and Hegseth.
So how do we know that? And by the way, you did hear that right. They're going to resist everything that Hegseth does, everything that Donald Trump does. So I believe that this falls under that. Resist, attack, set up. In other words, this whole thing just stinks.
There's another controversy over Pete Hegseth.
Yes.
The controversy, the headline on CBS News says, Hegseth orders makeup studio installed at the Pentagon.
What?
And after they do that, that captures your attention. After that, the story reads, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth recently ordered modifications to a room next to the Pentagon press briefing room to retrofit it with a makeup studio that can be used to prepare for television hits, of course, that he does. So then you run over to the New York Post, and Pete's firing back. He said that's, of course, fake news, that there's always been an area there, a green room there, where people prepared for their TV hits. And all he did was to upgrade it with like a piece of wood installed against the wall so that people have a place to put down their stuff.
Wow.
And he also said, we should have installed tampon machines in every men's bathroom at DOD instead. The leftist news media would have loved that.
Oh, that is awesome.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah.
But you see, Joan, that's what they do.
Yes, they do. And so that allowed for everyone to have a story about it, including our friend, who's the guy that we were making fun of yesterday that couldn't wait to, the comedian, Jimmy Kimmel.
Jimmy Kimmel, yes.
Jimmy Kimmel, of course, had to mock Pete Hegseth on his show. So that sort of opens the door for everyone to have their say about this story.
Right, because they don't give the proper context. They don't give the full story. They exaggerate. And that's this story with the communications.
Yeah.
And the Signal app on the personal computer on the unsecured line. Here's the thing. And thank you for bringing this up, Joan, because it proves my point.
Yeah.
Which is they're going to have these exaggerated stories about what Pete Hegseth is doing or has done or has not done. And then when you get the full story, you realize that it is exaggerated. You realize that Hegseth really hasn't done anything wrong. And then you realize he's got an entire Pentagon, an entire Department of Defense full of people that are resisting him, full of people that are attacking him, and full of people that are trying to set him up. I like that he's fighting back. 6:45, time to check the roads on WTN. Thank you very much. As far as your weather goes, today a high of 76 and thunderstorms. On Saturday, a high of 75 and scattered showers. And on Sunday, a high of 75 and partly sunny. On Super Talk 99.7 WTN, appreciate you listening. Talking about this accusation regarding the Signal app being placed on Pete Hegseth's personal computer on an unsecured line, internet line. Here's the other thing. Nobody is saying that he sent any kind of classified information on this line, just that it was set up. Here's the other thing that I would say. If he asked whoever sets up these kinds of lines at the White House to set it up, wouldn't they have told him that this is not allowed? Wouldn't they have told him that? And if they didn't tell him that, well, then why didn't they? If there is even any truth to this story. And also remember what Tom Cotton said, Senate Intel chairman back on Fox News when this whole thing started regarding Pete Hegseth and the Signal app. When he said this.
Many people in the intelligence community use Signal. They have communication all the time. Is that not correct?
Lawrence, that is correct. In fact, I bet a bunch of those senators that you see at the hearing today are using Signal as well to
100%.
speak to each other or to speak to their aides. And it is my understanding that the Biden administration authorized Signal as a means of communication that was consistent with presidential record-keeping requirements for its administration, and that continued into the Trump administration. It's simply another messaging app like the iMessage app on your iPhone or email servers that every administration has set up, in which senior administration officials can communicate with each other.
Thank you, Tom Cotton. That's what I said. Signal is used all across the Pentagon and the Department of Defense and Department of Excess, yes, too. And and so, I don't know, to me, I'm having a hard time, Joan, with the hair on fire coverage of all of this.
Well, you know, they did the same thing to President Trump. You know, and they see blood or they smell blood in the water for Pete Hegseth. And so, unbelievably, they see him as the weakest link. So that's what they'll go after right now, which I don't see Pete Hegseth as being weak at all.
I mean, you're right, Joan. I don't see him as weak at all. And, you know, we've all been talking about, in fact, I think there's a story out there today where isn't Hegseth out there, and I didn't do the story. I don't have it planned for this morning. But I think that, number one, we know that recruitment is up under Hegseth. But number two, I think there's a story out there where he is quoted as saying that, you know, we want our military to be fit, not fat, or something like that.
Yeah.
And, I mean, hashtag true. I mean, this is something that we need to do is continue to build our military. And so now you've got the media who, as we have been saying, there is blood in the water on Hegseth, although I don't think, it doesn't sound like Donald Trump is really paying much attention to all of the media hair on fire coverage of Pete Hegseth. This is Caroline Levitt.
The Secretary of Defense is doing a tremendous job, and he is bringing monumental change to the Pentagon. And there's a lot of people in this city who reject monumental change, and I think, frankly, that's why we've seen a smear campaign against the Secretary of Defense since the moment that President Trump announced his nomination before the United States Senate. Let me reiterate, the President stands strongly behind Secretary Hegseth and the change that he is bringing to the Pentagon, and the results that he's achieved thus far speak for themselves.
All right, so here's the story. Pete Hegseth targets physical fitness in military and slams fat troops. Speaking at the U.S. Army War College in Pennsylvania, Pete Hegseth reiterated his stance on military readiness with a fresh spin. During his speech to the audience, which included students, family, faculty, and staff, Hegseth, who renamed a U.S. military base Fort Bragg after Confederate generals. Okay, you can already tell this is a hit piece. Emphasized the importance of troops being physically capable to perform necessary under fire, saying they need to be fit, not fat, sharp, not shabby, especially our leaders. I don't see any. Is that controversial? I don't see how that's controversial.
So, who is it here? The Irish Star. I don't know who that is. Hegseth makes bonkers vow to stop fat troops entering the army and demands they be sharp, not shabby.
Is
bonkers?
Bonkers? How is that bonkers?
Yeah.
You need to be fit, not flabby.
How dare he want athletically gifted people to be in our front lines?
That's exactly right. He's been very consistent about all of this, but I don't know. I think that the more that they go after Hegseth, the stronger he becomes, and I think the more that Trump can identify with Hegseth, because Pete is going through the very same thing that Donald Trump has gone through, which is just all of these attacks, this onslaught, day in, day out. And I like that Hegseth is getting aggressive in fighting back. 6:51, Joan Jones has the news at 7.
You know, President Trump and First Lady Melania are headed to Rome to attend Pope Francis's funeral tomorrow. We'll take a look at security preparations for that event. And that's coming up here at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Mandis here, and listen, guys, Mother's Day is coming up. It's on May 11th. So I want you to think about a very cool gift for mom or the mom in your life. It could be your wife, it could be your mom, it could be your sister that has kids. But here's the deal. Contours is giving you a great option for Mother's Day, an incredible and transformative facial from Contours. Now, you know that Contours, they are famous for their ultra slim technology that stimulates collagen and tightens the skin, helping those fine lines and age spots fade. And a special, again, just for the mom in your life, $199 is going to get you a facial and a belly buster treatment. Again, just $199. That is a huge discount. First 5 callers right now. Operators are standing by. First 5 callers right now. Get that special price, $199 for a facial and that belly buster treatment. That phone number is 615-236-9960. The Contours Mother's Day special. See how all this works at their website. It is contoursllc.com. That is contoursllc.com. That phone number, one more time, 615-236-9960. 6:58 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. We do have some developing news. Crimea will stay with Russia. That is what Donald Trump has said, and he says that Zelensky knows that. So the storyline coming out of Russia and Ukraine, that does continue in the news. We had higher up in Russia's military killed by a car bomb earlier this morning. Joan Jones has that as in the news, and a team from the Trump administration is meeting with Vladimir Putin today. So there's a lot going on from a foreign policy standpoint. We'll keep you updated on that story and a whole lot more straight ahead. The Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. I love what one Super Texter said. Who was it, KGB, that said, the media tells you a story, not the story?
That was 9357.
Nice job, 9357. Next time I'm going to steal that one for myself. It is coming up on 7 o'clock on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It is 7 o'clock now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. 24 the eastbound lanes this morning in Cedar Hill. You've got an accident on the eastbound side just past Maxey Road that's causing some delays this morning. 24 if you're westbound heading in the Smyrna area. That's where the backup starts this morning up to Laverne. There's an accident this morning that at one point had taken out the HOV lane near Bell Road. We've got more on that coming up in just a moment. Final preparations now underway for Pope Francis's funeral service at the Vatican. Happens tomorrow. And with several world leaders, including President Trump and First Lady Melania in attendance, security has become a top priority.
All these world leaders here, as you can imagine, security is very tight. There are anti-drone guns being deployed, fighter jets in the sky to secure the no-fly zone. I think it's fair to say that the procession out into Rome is going to complicate that slightly, given all of these ancient, narrow streets, but the thousands of people who will turn out, well, that will just underline France's status as the people's pope.
ABC's James Longman reporting there. We learned this morning that a car bomb in Moscow has killed a senior Russian military officer. A team of investigators are there now. It appears that an IED that was allegedly planted in a parked car has detonated. We've got more on that as that information comes in this morning. Rutherford County School Board will continue to say a prayer at the start of their meetings. They passed a motion last night allowing a team of attorneys to defend them pro bono against a group of residents who demand the school board drop that prayer. Accused United Healthcare CEO killer Luigi Mangione is expected back in court in New York today. He is facing federal charges today.
Luigi Mangione appears in court for his arraignment on that grand jury indictment. Federal prosecutors filed a notice with the judge indicating their plans to seek the death penalty. Usually we only see that after a conviction. Now the indictment charges him with 2 counts of stalking, a firearms offense, and murder through the use of a firearm. Now that charge specifically makes him eligible for the death penalty if convicted.
ABC's Crystal Cranmore reporting there in Manhattan. If you happen to be in or near downtown Nashville tomorrow night, you're going to get a sky show. Some more than 700 drones will light up the sky in what officials say is a celebration of the home state of Jack Daniels. That drone show starts around 8 o'clock tomorrow night. It'll last for about 10 minutes.
You ever seen a drone show, Joan?
I've not.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
It's a lot of fun, I bet.
I saw a drone show at Dollywood.
Oh, yeah.
That was nothing short of incredible. I had no idea, and this was a couple of years ago, I had no idea the ability to show such an incredible show with drones.
Yeah.
So I would recommend going to see that because that is amazing.
Yeah, it should be really cool. Lasts for about 10 minutes, so that sounds like a nice long show. 700 drones involved. Pretty cool. Market Numbers Report now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
Investors hoping to keep the midweek rally going through Friday. Major market indices were up at the end of Thursday trading as the Trump administration tried to ease fears of tariffs slowing the economy. Some companies are revising forecasts for the year because of the cloudy economic outlook. American Airlines says it expects its domestic airfares to fall due to lower demand and a weakening economy. The airline says it's prepared to reduce off-peak flying and possibly slow hiring if things do not improve. Shares of Skechers USA fell after hours on Thursday after the footwear maker reported first quarter sales fell short of Wall Street estimates. Google parent company Alphabet reported first quarter earnings that beat analysts' expectations. The company announced a new $70 billion share buyback program that it said would increase its dividend by 5%. Dave Packer, ABC News.
And stock futures this morning have fallen a little bit lower here. We've got Dow futures now down 188, the NASDAQ futures down 74, the S&P futures minus 14 points. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. In Cedar Hill this morning on 24, the eastbound side, an accident involving injuries at the Gauss Road overpass that's just past Maxey Road. Careful there. Also this morning at the Hermitage, a crash, the off-ramp right shoulder has been blocked off at 40 eastbound, the off-ramp to Central Pike. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.707 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And welcome on in to a Friday, April 25th of 2025. Hope you're doing well. Jonathan Fahey is joining us on the Newsmaker Hotline. Jonathan, former acting director of ICE during Trump's first administration. Jonathan, always great to have you on. There's a lot going on with illegal immigration, of course, and specifically with the lawfare. So I want to talk about a couple of different things. First of all, of course, we know, and we'll touch on this in a few minutes, but the implosion of the Kilmar Abrego Garcia love fest between the Democrats and this guy has completely blown up in their face. And so we're going to talk about that here in a little bit. But the issues with lawfare do continue. The headline from Fox News, a judge, again, has temporarily blocked New York City Mayor Eric Adams and his plan to allow ICE agents in Rikers Island, the jail complex there. And I just, number one, fill in the blanks on that story. But number two, when you look at all of these things that are going on and all of this lawfare, is this really just these judges taking some of these statutes and tweaking them to block the Trump administration from doing what they need to do?
I think there's a couple things. I think, one, it's the plaintiffs, which are politically motivated plaintiffs, are bringing cases in front of judges that they think will be favorable. So they're already going in front of judges that may be predisposed to rule their way based on their ideology or previous ruling.
It's judge shopping.
Right. Yeah. We have judge shopping, and so a lot of these judges, I don't want to say all of them, but they do. There is this sort of anything Trump does, they look for a reason to invalidate it with far more scrutiny than they would have given other presidents or other areas. It's almost like he's presumptively wrong in their view with whatever he does. And if you look at everything he's done, which is the amazing thing, if the American people looked at just the actions he took, everything he's doing is inherently reasonable. He's trying to get dangerous gang members removed from the country, which should be at like an 85-90% approval rating, and the 15% run the Democratic Party that disapprove of it. But yeah, so that's what he's doing. Everything he's doing is reasonable. He's working with the tools he has, but they're going to fight him every step of the way because, as you know, their goal is not just these particular cases. They want to thwart any deportations because their goal is mass amnesty, and they figure the longer they can keep people in the country, they'll, maybe the next election cycle, if they win or another Republican wins, they'll fight to say, well, it's too burdensome to deport all these people, so the only thing left is give them citizenship, and of course, a pathway to citizenship, which will be very difficult type of nonsense that they throw in there. But they want them all voting, and that's like the whole moral of the story here.
Well, and I think one of the things that, as I look at all of the headlines today, everywhere you look with illegal immigration, there is the lawfare going on. There's another one. Federal judge is blocking the Trump administration from withholding sanctuary cities funding. So the story goes, and we've all spoken about this, but, Donald Trump has said that if you are a sanctuary city, well, then we're not going to help fund your city. We're going to withhold some of the federal funding that you get. Talk a little bit about the funding that Trump wanted to withhold and the judge blocking it, and, of course, the legal justification for that, and how the Trump administration is going to have to fight it.
Well, this is kind of interesting because the overall point is, Donald Trump's point is, why should we be subsidizing people that are here illegally and subsidize cities that are openly undermining our immigration law, which they are. So they shouldn't be subsidized by the U.S. taxpayers. But essentially what a lot of these fundings, deal with like law enforcement grants and other types of grants that go to the states. I don't know all the specifics, but there's a lot of things that flow to the states from the federal government in terms of grant programs and other things. And this judge is essentially saying basically his order is unconstitutionally vague, meaning it's not clear exactly what it covers. It just covers everything type of thing. And so that's a Fifth Amendment issue. The second thing she's saying, I think it's a she, is that the Congress controls the purse string. So this is a congressional decision. If Congress wants to pass a law, which, mark my words, if they do, Democrats will be challenging that law too. But if Congress wants to pass a law saying no money should go to sanctuary cities, and it's from Congress, President Trump signs that law, she's saying that's the way it should be done. I think the way this thing unfolds is one of two ways. I mean, Trump will appeal this. I think it's going to be a tough road in the courts with this. But I think the smart move would be try to pass a law in Congress to say exactly what his executive order says, and two things will be beneficial. Put the Democrats on the spot to oppose it, to get on the record saying, I'm voting against withholding funding for sanctuary cities. I'm essentially in support of sanctuary cities and the killers of Lake and Riley and all these other people that were supported by sanctuary cities. But if that law passes, I think President Trump would have far greater, success. Also, a lot of these sanctuary cities would probably change their behavior rather than to fight it. And this is something they may be able to pass within the reconciliation bill that they're working on, that I'm sure you talk about a lot, that, really is only going to have to get a 50%. It's not going to have to get through the standard filibuster of 60 votes. So they'll only need 50 votes in the House, 50 votes in the Senate. So it's certainly viable that this can happen. So that would be the two tracks. One would be the appeal. President Trump could appeal. Two is pass a law and just make it the law of the land.
Well, and there's been a lot of frustration with Congress because they have not been, in my opinion, more aggressive or as aggressive as they should be in passing some of these laws as Donald Trump issues these executive orders. Ultimately, a lot of these things do need to go to the Supreme Court. We know that Amy Coney Barrett, she has been a bit of a wild card when it comes to some of these things that Donald Trump wants to do. Everyone thought that she was going to be more conservative than she has turned out to be. But I want to talk about that path to the Supreme Court and maybe if we have a kind of a timeline for some of these things. And also, I don't know if you saw what happened in California, but I think the Democrats are beginning to realize that they are definitely on the wrong side of this illegal immigration issue. More with Jonathan Fahey coming up next on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Time to check the roads. As far as your weather goes, it looks like we're going to have rain today, a high of 76, and thunderstorms. Saturday, a high of 75, scattered showers. And on Sunday, high of 75 and partly sunny. Jonathan Fahey is joining us, former acting director of ICE during the Trump administration, part 1. All right, so this is the headline, Jonathan. Gavin Newsom. Newsom's office reveals blue state will comply with ICE after illegal immigrants' early release plans were exposed. And so this was an illegal alien. He was convicted of vehicular manslaughter, and he was going to be released over 6 years before his full sentence is up. But Gavin Newsom, the press office, did announce that he would be brought into federal custody ahead of the July release date. I think what's going on is they're beginning to realize, especially Gavin Newsom, who I believe has presidential aspirations, I think the Democrats are beginning to realize no matter how much they cry for Kilmar Abrego Garcia, call him a Maryland man and all of that other BS, I think they're beginning to realize that they're on the wrong side of this issue.
Yeah, I think so. And Gavin Newsom is one of the most opportunistic and probably most cynical politicians. So the fact that he's seen the light on this, he doesn't probably care one way or another, but he thinks it's more politically viable for him nationally to take that view. But what makes this so awful is, okay, this case where this person killed 2 young people on DWI crash, okay, that guy gets deported because it got in the news, but how many other people are they still releasing into the streets of California that are going to harm people, that are going to kill people, that are going to do horrific things to innocent victims, and they don't really care because he hasn't changed the whole policy. It was just for this one particular case, as I understand it. And the other thing is, the American people are paying so much money for these illegal aliens. I think California pays something like $11 billion a year just for healthcare, not to mention everything else, education, everything else we could list just for illegal aliens. So I think some of them are seeing the light. Unfortunately, I think the Democratic Party is going even farther to the left, and Gavin Newsom is going to seem like the moderate in the party, which is astonishing if you think about it, because he's never been viewed that way. But I really think you see this AOC, Bernie Sanders, sort of that wing of the party seems to be the dominant wing, and anyone even remotely moderate is just being shunned. I mean, Chuck Schumer is hardly a moderate, and he's done. He's
ostracized.
It seems like. Yeah, I mean, they hate him. They won't do it. So it's pretty funny. But yeah, I think they've seen the light, the ones that are more pragmatic. But I don't think it's going to change their policy because it's like they're so invested not only in being anti-Trump, but being pro-open borders, pro-amnesty. And that, cynically, they believe these people will vote for them at some point. And they really, have sort of this anti-American, we don't have any right to control our borders because we're somehow an illegitimate country for having this territory to begin with. And, so how do you ever overcome that if that's their view, that we shouldn't be here anyway, so anyone else could come here and we have no right to tell them not to?
Well, it is crazy. And talking about this story out of California, listen to this. We were just talking about this. Oscar Eduardo Ortega Anguano, he was driving drunk. He was high. He was speeding at nearly 100 miles an hour on the 405 freeway in Orange County back in November of 2021 when he crashed into a car being driven by a young couple. They burned to death. He was convicted of 2 counts of gross vehicular manslaughter while intoxicated, and they were going to let this guy out 6 years early. This is the problem. Yeah. This is the problem with, frankly, blue cities, blue states, and people like, Gavin Newsom, who, if it wasn't for this presidential aspiration that he has heading into the next election cycle, I think they would have allowed this guy to get out of jail 6 years early. But now he's trying to see more moderate on illegal immigration. Good luck to you, Gavin, because, you've been allowing California to disintegrate into massive illegal immigration for years now. And so it's another one of those horrifying stories, Jonathan Fahey, that, people hear and you just shake your heads. That's why I was so tickled by the story yesterday as we wrap this up. I bet you love the story too, where the House Republicans are telling House Democrats, if you want to go see Kilmar Abrego Garcia and have margaritas with him, we will pay you, Democrats, to go see this guy, but we get to film it, we get to live stream it, we get to publicize it as much as we possibly can.
Yeah, I love that because it's so funny watching the Democrats shifting position on the Maryland man, Maryland father, because now the Democrats are the party of due process, because after all that's fallen apart where, oh, by the way, it looks like his girlfriend or wife has accused him of repeatedly beating her. Looks like he was involved in human trafficking. He actually is in a gang. Oh, but that's okay. We are just the due process party. It's so laughable because they've been talking about bringing this guy home, talking about, Senator Van Hollen calls him a constituent, which is astonishing. They talk about, he's an American and all these things. So their position is bring this guy back regardless if he's a gang member, regardless if he's a human trafficker or wife beater. They want him in the country, but it's just so funny. Yeah, they should have to explain their position because if he ends up coming back, the Trump administration is going to deport him because the reasons for withholding him no longer exist. So they'll be fighting to keep him in then. And then it's like, well, where's your moral standing there? Because every reason, even if, there's no reason he should be in this country or be a part of our community. We expect our politicians, our law enforcement to keep us safe, and the Democrats undermine that every step of the way.
Well, you ask, where is their moral standing? They don't have any moral standing, Jonathan Fahey. I have followed you on X. For people, last time they heard you and I on together, you totally called me out for not following you on X. I now follow you on X. How can people find you?
Yeah, that was a big highlight. I think you followed me over the weekend, and I was like high-fiving my wife. So I finally got the Dan Manis following. But
congratulations,
John for Fairfax. Yeah, thank you. John for Fairfax, JONFORFAIRFAX.
All right, to Jonathan Fahey, always great to have you on, and good luck on topping what happened last weekend, this weekend with my follow last weekend. That had to be a big thrill.
Big
massive. Thrill. Had to be a big thrill for Jonathan Fahey. By the way, that quote, the media tells you a story, not the story, comes from Dan Bongino.
Oh, yeah.
Our buddy Dan Bongino.
Yep.
So there you go. All right. Joan Jones, what's coming up?
Well, China has backed off its tariffs on some U.S. goods. And the judge who housed some Tren de Aragua gang members, is now under arrest. Those stories and more coming up here at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Mandis here at 724. Listen, if you've always dreamed of living by the lake, you've got a great opportunity tomorrow, Saturday, April 26th. My friends at Tennessee National, they are opening up a limited number of lake lots to the public with massive upgrades and massive savings as well. Now listen to this. This is 20 minutes outside of Knoxville, Tennessee. Financing is available. But listen to these opportunities. Cottage packages with a boat slip, they were starting at $379.9. Lake lots with covered boat slips, $64.9. Subdividable wooded lots from $79.9. And I love these. Fully furnished lakefront townhomes are now available at Tennessee National. And the amenities are incredible. They've got 10 miles of walking trails, private golf cart access to a new marina and resort, 3.5 miles of shoreline, massive brand new clubhouse, waterfront concerts and pickleball courts and pools. You name it, they've got it at Tennessee National. Again, 20 minutes outside of Knoxville, Tennessee. They do have some limited lots that are now available. You can schedule your private tour right now by calling 865-408-9992, 865-408-9992. Tell them you heard about them, Tennessee National, from WTN. Find them online. It is TennesseeNational.com. $726, you've probably been looking for cars and you see the words buy here, pay here, and it does make you think, that's not a place I want to go. And I'm Dan, and I get it. Most of these dealers have bad reputations. I'm here to tell you there's one place you can go, Nolensville Road Auto Mart. Now, they are different for a few simple reasons. They've been doing business in Nashville for 61 years. They are Nashville natives that only sell clean title cars under $12,000. They've been around forever. Now, if you're new to town, you need a place to trust. They got you. If you need a first car, maybe for a 16-year-old, they can help you with that as well. Now, don't take my word for it. The Google reviews of these folks are excellent. Nolensville Road Auto Mart, one location on Nolensville Road, close to Thompson Lane. They'll get you in and out in an hour or less. And the best part, they are the oldest buy here, pay here in Nashville, and they work with your own financing if you have it. Flexibility, transparency, and honesty. That is why I recommend Nolensville Road Auto Mart. Find them online. It's automartcars.com, automartcars.com. 729, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. WTN News is coming up. After the news, incredible story, incredible audio. Tennessee law enforcement is now being sued in a civil rights lawsuit as the family of a man killed by police is demanding accountability, killed by law enforcement. The full story is coming up next. You want to stick around for this one. It is straight ahead. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It is 7:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. There's an accident this morning, still there. It's on the 24 eastbound side past Maxey Road. This one involves some injuries. A truck apparently went into the trees at the Gauss Road overpass, and that's causing some delays this morning. Careful as you're driving. We'll have more in traffic coming up. So did China just blink? China appears to have quietly rolled back retaliatory tariffs of 125% on some semiconductors made here in the U.S. CNN reporting that China is hoping to ease tensions with the U.S. amid its claims that it has not begun trade talks with the U.S. A former New Mexico judge and his wife have now been arrested for giving comfort to known gang members.
During a raid in February, Homeland Security agents found and arrested 3 Venezuelan nationals living on the property of Magistrate Joel Cano. The feds claim the 3 are members of the Tren de Aragua criminal organization. Cano and his wife were taken into custody yesterday, but claim in court documents they've done nothing wrong.
ABC's Jim Ryan there. That couple admit that they did allow the gangbangers to use their personal stash of weapons to practice their shooting skills as well. Well, the shakeup in the Defense Department continues.
Multiple reports say Hegseth's former chief of staff, Joe Casper, who was recently shifted to a new role, is now leaving the Pentagon. It comes days after Hegseth fired 3 advisors in a leak investigation. The White House has said that President Trump stands strongly behind Hegseth as he looks to continue to make reforms.
That's ABC's Nicole D'Antonio. Thousands of Tennessee Titans fans gathering at Nissan Stadium last night, there to celebrate the team's #1 and first pick of this year's NFL draft. The Titans chose fan favorite Miami quarterback Cam Ward.
I think it's a great sign for the future as long as they let him develop and, play the way that he did in college. I think it's going to be great.
Ward had said earlier that the Titans have a great owner, great GM, assistant GM, and president. He called the team elite. It was no surprise that they picked him. Stock futures this morning were about an hour away from the opening bell, and the Dow futures are down 136 right now. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. Appreciate it. 7:33, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Mark Spain, Real Estate. Look, you can avoid the stress of preparing to sell your home with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. You can skip the hassle of spring cleaning and sell your home fast and for maximum value. Now, you don't have to worry about showings, open houses, costly repairs. Mark Spain Real Estate's guaranteed offer allows you to bypass the market, receive an all-cash offer, and close within days. They've got over 12,500 five-star reviews, including mine, by the way. You can trust Mark Spain Real Estate to sell your home fast with their guaranteed cash offer. Now, Mark Spain Real Estate, they've been serving families for nearly 30 years. They've helped 67,500 satisfied clients. So spring into action and sell your home with confidence with the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. Call them at 855-299-SOLD, 855-299-SOLD. Find them online, markspain.com, to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing. 7:35 on WTN United Structural Systems. I've been telling you about these folks for years. They are experts in waterproofing, and on a day like today, and we've got rain all weekend long, they can help you with waterproofing that basement or crawl space. Now, this is a great company. They've helped me several times with my home, and that is why I proudly endorse USS. I'm one of 30,000 satisfied customers, as a matter of fact. Now, this is a company that you can trust. They're not going to charge you for any unnecessary repairs, and you're not going to pay a dime until the work is done and you are a satisfied customer. Again, United Structural Systems. They can help you with waterproofing, concrete leveling, foundation repair, and so much more. So check them out online, USSTN.com. As always, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. USSTN.com. That phone number, 615-488-7855, 615-488-7855.
Got a truck that has gone off the roadway on 24 eastbound lanes right past Maxey Road, exit 19 in Cedar Hill. That accident this morning still being cleaned up and causing a big delay. 40, the eastbound side at the Hermitage, the off-ramp to northbound Central Pike. There's a crash. The off-ramp right shoulder has been blocked off. And then 40 eastbound as well in Watkins Park at Charlotte Avenue, exit 209. There's a crash. Some looks like the rain perhaps is causing some problems for us this morning. McGavick Pike at Cloverdale Road, that's another side of an accident, and one in Antioch at Murfreesboro Pike and Pinhook Road. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.737 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Appreciate you being here. There is a story. I just tweeted it out from WSMV, and it's a very familiar story. And it's about a guy who the family says was killed by law enforcement. 33-year-old Daniel Russell died during an attempted arrest in Henry County, Tennessee. Now his family, WSMV, his family is demanding answers and accountability, and they brought a civil rights lawsuit. I want to go through this, and I got to tell you that I know you're all asking the question. The guy who died, white or black? He's white. Out in Henry County, it's the family of this guy. He was driving erratically. It was like a slow speed chase. And the police had received a number of different calls because he was driving slowly and erratically through the streets of Henry County. And so the local deputies and Tennessee wildlife resource officers, they are now engaged in a civil rights lawsuit brought by this guy's family because the family accuses the police of using excessive force, and he ultimately died. Now, here's my question. Follow me on X at Dan Mandis Show, and I want you to watch that video. And you tell me, or just listen, you tell me, is this simply another case of a suspect who did not listen to the police?
It's just before noon on April 20th, and Henry County deputies say they got several calls about a reckless driver.
County, he's fixing to hit. I'm telling you, we got to get this guy stopped.
The driver, 33-year-old Daniel Russell, didn't pull over, so deputies say they boxed him in.
Yeah, so the guy is surrounded by a couple of law enforcement vehicles. He's pulled over to the side of the road, and this, again, 33-year-old Daniel Russell, he is screaming at police. He won't get out of the car until finally.
Officers were then able to talk Daniel Russell out of the vehicle. Body camera video shows Russell come out with his hands raised, but things escalate. A new lawsuit says the officers already have their guns drawn and are shouting conflicting commands. Over the course of a 9-minute struggle, Russell can be heard pleading with officers not to tase him.
All right, so the problem here, and you can hear the chaos and you can hear the screaming, but the operative phrase here is that he needed to get out of the car and get down on the ground. 9 minutes, you heard that. She said 9 minutes of screaming back and forth. The problem here, and this is, it's always the same thing, isn't it? I can already see your text coming in. 9 minutes. It took the police to convince this guy, the law enforcement, to get down on the ground and put his hands behind his back. He wouldn't get out of the car. He's freaking out. This 33-year-old Daniel Russell, he's freaking out. He's screaming at the police. And as you can hear, they're screaming back. And as I'm watching this video, I'm screaming at the computer. Dude, just get out of the car. Shut up and get out of the car. And you heard it. 9 minutes. This goes on.
Lay down. No, it's down in the back. Lay down on the ground. Yeah, lay down. Put your hands back on. We'll be good.
I mean, it's hard to understand how there are conflicting instructions going on because you can hear the officer scream for this guy to lay down, put his hands behind his back, and he simply won't. And if you see the video from WSMV, I tweeted it out, follow me on X. He's freaking out and he won't listen to the police officers. You know, it's like, you know, when somebody's drowning and they panic and, you know, if you try to save them, they'll pull you right down with them. It's kind of like that, where it's obvious to anybody who is watching this video, and it's obvious to the law enforcement that were on the scene, the Henry County deputies, where they're just saying, dude, calm down, lay down on the ground, on your belly, and put your hands behind your back. That's all he had to do. But he doesn't. He literally spends 9 minutes pleading with the police, pleading with the deputies not to tase him. And they spend 9 minutes. I want you to listen to this. 9 minutes begging him to lay down and put his hands behind his back.
He doesn't comply. The video shows Russell tased multiple times, pepper sprayed, then forcibly held face down, with officers applying weight to his back, while Russell screams that he has heart issues.
So the guy ends up, it turns out, he's got heart issues. And he's, with all of that chaos, he's trying to tell the law enforcement that he's got heart issues. So the police are trying to control him. And he's just, you can hear, he's freaking out. He's not complying. He's panicking. And the officers, all they're trying to do is de-escalate the situation.
Put your hand behind your back, please. And this can go away.
You hear him. Put your hands, this is a quote, put your hands behind your back, please, and this will all go away. Daniel Russell spent 4 minutes on his stomach before he ended up unresponsive. And they say that the law enforcement on the scene, they did try to save him.
Deputies reported that they gave him 2 doses of Narcan, believing it was a drug overdose, but did not do CPR.
1 Narcan used, second Narcan going.
Russell was taken to the hospital where he was pronounced dead.
And so now, of course, the coroner has made their ruling and the family is absolutely freaking out. And here's a big shock. They're blaming the police. I'm going to tell you the rest of the story coming up next. It is 7:45. Time to check the roads on WTN. $7:45 as far as your weather goes for your Friday. A high of 76 and thunderstorms on Saturday. High of 75 scattered showers. And on Sunday, a high of 75 and partly cloudy. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Talking about the death in Henry County of Daniel Russell. He's 33 years old, and if you're just joining us, he was driving erratically. He wouldn't pull over. They're calling it a slow-speed chase through the streets of Henry County. And so Henry County deputies were there, and they're trying to get him to pull over. And he wouldn't. And so they finally boxed him in. They're trying to get him to get out of the car. He won't get out of the car. He finally does, and he won't get down onto the ground. He's yelling at the police officers, "Don't tase me, don't tase me, don't tase me." And the deputies are like, "We're not going to tase you, man. Just get to the ground. Get on your belly." But because he wouldn't comply, they tased him. And so if he would have stopped screaming, "Don't tase me," and just complied, Daniel Russell would still be alive. And so it always is so frustrating. Because when you watch the video, and you can see it on my X feed at Dan Manda's show, they gave him 9 minutes of opportunity to comply, and he refused. And so he ultimately ended up unresponsive. He ultimately ended up dying. But when he was unresponsive, the officers there, the deputies, they gave him Narcan because they thought that he OD'd. But the reality is that, yes, apparently he had a heart attack.
An autopsy later found Russell died of cardiac arrest while law enforcement restrained him with, quote, back compression. The report lists contributory causes of death as meth, metragenine, DMAA, and obesity, meaning underlying health conditions and substances in his system may have made his body less able to survive the restraint. The medical examiner ruled it a homicide. The family's attorney says this death wasn't just tragic, it was preventable.
So, okay. Is it tragic? Absolutely it's tragic. Was it preventable? Absolutely it was preventable. Now, the guy was on meth and some other drugs as well, and he had it in his system, but it was preventable in the sense that he had 9 minutes to comply. Now, a lot has been made of de-escalation and how police, and part of what this lawsuit is, the civil rights lawsuit, the family of Daniel Russell, is that they want police to be better at de-escalation. And in looking at this video, and this is where some of you are going to get mad at me, but when you look at this video, I believe the police could have de-escalated this situation. Two things can be correct at the same time. Number one, this guy, Daniel Russell, he could have complied. And if he complied, if he just didn't spend the 9 minutes refusing to comply, he could still be alive. Get down on the concrete, put your hands out where we can see them, let us handcuff you. That's number one. But number two, I don't know if the police or the deputies, the law enforcement, I don't know if they added to his panic or not. And I don't know what the process is to de-escalate these kinds of situations. But it did seem like, as I'm watching the video, that they don't know whether or not this guy is armed or not. That's part of the issue. But I do think that they could have tried to de-escalate the situation a little bit better than they did. That being said, it's about 9 minutes of noncompliance. It's about 9 minutes of arguing with police instead of just laying down on the pavement and putting his hands behind his back. And I guess the point of this whole thing is that, as I just said, two things can be true. The law enforcement, they always need to be better at trying to de-escalate a situation. But if you're in a situation where the police are telling you to comply, man, it's all you got to do. That's all this guy had to do, Daniel Russell, was comply. And we see the same story over and yes, in case you're just joining us, Daniel Russell is white. But we see the same story. It's the same tragic result over and over again. A person on drugs, or at least had it in his system, and not complying with police. And the cops are trying to get this guy to listen. Part of it, I think, adding to the panic and adding to the chaos is they've still got the siren blaring, so he can't hear. Russell can't hear exactly what the officers are saying to him. And it adds to the chaos. But ultimately, he didn't comply. And so this story, as this case will no doubt, this happened a year ago, this case is going to make its way through the courts because this is a civil rights lawsuit. The question is, could this have been prevented? Because the family's lawyer is saying, well, it could have been prevented. It could have been, yes. It absolutely could have been prevented if the man had simply complied. 7:51 on Nashville's Morning News. Joan Jones has the news coming up at 8. Joan.
Yeah, it looks like China may have blinked on those tariffs on U.S. goods, the retaliatory tariffs. We've got more on that coming up here in the news. Also, Governor Lee has signed a controversial bill that some Republicans begged him not to sign. We've got those stories coming up here at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$7:51, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Joan, you're not going to believe the hate mail I'm getting.
Why?
We'll talk
I'm
about
reading it. Holy cow.
We'll talk about it straight
Some
ahead.
of those words aren't for radio.
Did you know that The View has an open spot for one more pansy?
That was actually my favorite. All right, we'll talk about that. We'll talk
sorry,
about the
yeah.
hate coming up next on WTN. Interest rates have plummeted. It is time to call Loan Pronto. Now, if you're looking to get cash out of your home equity, refinance out of a high rate, or do a home improvement project, Loan Pronto can make it happen in a matter of days. You can take advantage of this opportunity and get tens, even hundreds of thousands of dollars out of your home's equity, pay off all your credit cards, and pay off those car loans too. You know, the average homeowner cuts their monthly bills by $1,000 when they go through Loan Pronto. Get more information at loanpronto.com. Inflation and higher costs have put a lot of people in a stressful financial situation. But if you own a home, there is a way out because Loan Pronto has multiple options that can help you get the financial freedom you deserve. Find them online. Again, loanpronto.com, 615-499-5780, 615-499-5780. You can find them online anytime at loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781. Subject to lender approval, NMLSconsumeraccess.org. 7:56, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. No, I'm not going to go on to The View and have to argue with Joy Behar every day.
Ooh, that would be awful.
That was my favorite, though.
Yeah,
so
that
far,
was.
of all the hate mail that I'm getting, Anonymous Sheriff is what we call him on the Super Text line.
What's your price?
Yeah.
He says The View has room for one more pansy.
Yeah, that was good. But okay, for hypothetically, if they offered you a role, what's your number? What's your price to have to deal with those women?
You know what? If they paid me millions of dollars, I would do it for a year and then I'd retire. No problem whatsoever. But I have too much fun on Nashville's Morning News. So a lot of folks saying, because all I said is the cops could have, the law enforcement could work on their de-escalation tactics in this particular situation. I went ahead, Joan, this is the day that I'm having.
Yeah.
I said that I posted it on my X, but I forgot to hit post. So it is up there now. Again, this is the
So
day
there's
that
more
I'm having.
hate. Yes.
Where is it, Dan? Where is it? It's on my phone. I just got to press one more button.
So, but when I said that, a couple of things. Number one, dude did have a lot of drugs in his system, and including meth. And if he had a heart condition, then that more than likely led to his death. And so another person said, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Right? So there is that as well. The dude spent 9 minutes, screaming at the cops, don't tase me. And then they eventually had to tase him because he wouldn't comply. But I do see, as I'm watching this, the police are screaming at him. They've got the siren going on and everything else. And so he couldn't hear. So I think that there's...
Nobody cares. Nobody cares if he can hear. Listen, police are not responsible for the personal responsibility for these people.
Correct.
They have personal responsibility. You want to go out and do drugs and you have a heart condition? Knock yourself out. Don't expect other people to save your butt.
And he should have complied.
Yeah.
And that's what I said during the monologue. Apparently people didn't hear that part. Dude had 9 minutes to comply.
Yep.
And I think that if you watch the video, you'll see that you're looking at the camera or you're looking at the video and you're saying, dude, just calm the heck down. Just calm down.
Yeah.
And so I think if I'm looking at this, and I don't believe that this family should get any money. I mean, I'm sorry for their loss. But Daniel Russell, number one, he did not comply. He had the drugs in his system. If he's screaming about, oh, don't tase me, I have a heart condition. Well, if you know that you have a heart condition, you shouldn't be taking drugs, right? So you've got all of these things that are going on. And for the family and in the civil rights lawsuit, you know what they're angling for, in my opinion. But I do think that they should have turned off that siren. And I think that, and I've always wondered, and I've asked so many law enforcement people this question, is there something else you can do besides tasing someone to get them to chill out? And from what I can tell, there isn't, unless you, Joan, know of any.
I don't. But that dude could have gone a long way. I mean, if he just laid down.
That's all he had to do.
He wouldn't have had to do anything else.
Mm-hmm. All he had to do. And if you watch the video, and find it on my X feed, if you watch the video, you'll see that the situation was extremely chaotic. And by the way, now in defense of the cops, as I said before, they don't know if he's got a gun or not. So he's not complying. And he's driving erratically. He didn't listen to them. They don't know if he's got a gun. Seems to me like they didn't have a whole heck of a lot of choice.
Yeah.
It is 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, 8 o'clock now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. There is an accident still being worked on. Been there quite a while in Cedar Hill, Tennessee at 24, the eastbound lanes past Maxey Road. The troops out there trying to get a truck out of the tree line. It had gone over into the tree line there. Also a crash involving some injuries at Edmondson Pike in Brentwood at Mount Pisgah Road. In the news and breaking just this morning, China has quietly rolled back retaliatory tariffs of 125% on some semiconductors made in the U.S. CNN reports that Beijing is attempting to soften the blow of the ongoing trade war on its all-important tech industry, saying that for months Beijing has been projecting an air of strength and confidence in its ability to withstand the escalating war with the U.S., the trade war. But these exemptions suggest that it does need to roll back some of the levies on crucial items that it cannot make at home or source elsewhere. This news comes as media outlets are reporting that Beijing has denied President Trump's claims that it is in active talks with the U.S. Other news of the day, Governor Bill Lee has signed a bill into law that codifies the right to in vitro fertilization and contraceptives in Tennessee. However, his signature ignored the concerns raised by a group of state House Republicans over what they say is the real aim of that bill, as told by Representative Gino Balso.
It creates a statutory right in anyone to create and destroy human embryos without qualification, limitation, or restriction. That's a problem, number one, because it does not treat a human embryo as a person or as a child.
He and other Republicans opposed to it believe this bill is a Trojan horse that will undermine Tennessee's pro-life stance. New information about a bomb threat made at a Murfreesboro church on Wednesday. Police are now saying that that threat came from within the church. A couple of teenagers who were attending weekly youth night at New Vision Church on North Thompson Lane have been charged. Their pastor, Greg Freeman.
Honestly, we were praying for those two young men who did this and their families. And, there's grace and forgiveness, and there's going to be consequences for their actions.
No explosives were found. Those teens were booked into the Rutherford County Juvenile Detention Center. And a patron at Morgan Wallen's downtown bar also arrested after allegedly writing a threat on the back of a receipt while he sat at the bar on Wednesday night. Reginald Smith says he did it as a joke. WSMV's Alexandria Adams.
Bartender on duty reportedly saw Smith writing something on the receipt, but didn't check it until later. Smith told police he wrote it as a joke, and he's now charged with making a false report.
Smith is expected in court today.
Hey, Joan, I'm sorry to disrupt or interrupt and disrupt your newscast. Did they say what he wrote on that receipt?
No, they didn't say what exactly he wrote.
Why would they not tell us what he wrote?
I don't know. I'll look into it more and see if I can find out.
I would love to know what he wrote. I just think it's kind of funny.
Yeah.
That's like saying, walking through, like a metal detector at the airport.
Yeah.
I don't have a bomb or anything.
Right. And then somebody tackles you. Yeah, exactly. Right. Stock futures this morning, and it's brought to you by Beacon Capital Management online at beaconcm.com. A half hour to go here. Dow futures are down 179. NASDAQ futures losing 74. We've got S&P futures minus 15. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Okay, the problems this morning appear to be in Brentwood, a crash involving injuries, Edmondson Pike at Mount Pisgah Road, also Laverne at Cane Ridge Road, Old Franklin Road. There's a crash scene. Here's an accident as well in Cedar Hill that has been being worked on for a good part of the morning. 24, the eastbound lanes just past Maxey Road in Cedar Hill. A truck had gone into the trees. It involved some injuries there, and crews are trying to pull that truck out of the tree line. Watkins Park, 40 eastbound before Charlotte Avenue. A crash that blocks off the right shoulder. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
#807, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. How are you? I love this. Somebody says that folks have Dan derangement syndrome, Joan. DDS.
Those letters are already taken, though.
DDS, Dan derangement syndrome?
Well, that's what a dentist, DDS. So you can't trademark that,
Joan.
Yeah,
and another bit comes crashing to a halt.
Yeah.
I'm beginning to notice.
At least
something
I didn't
with
hate the
KGB.
South.
I'm beginning to notice something about KGB. Is that like when we're trying to do something?
Yeah.
And then he just
wants to stop it. Yeah.
You know,
I can leave.
Puts the brakes on any fun. All right, hey Joan.
Puts the brakes on any fun. What am I? Okay.
I'm the king of fun on Nashville's Morning News. I think we all know that.
You didn't know that?
What did I ask you to find today, KGB? What did I ask you? Did you find what? Watch this, Joan. Did you find what I asked you to find for KGB? Did you find it? What I asked you to get?
I have literally no idea what you're talking about.
Are you kidding me?
You forgot.
I literally asked you to find something, and it wasn't all that hard. To find?
Well,
all right, hold on. All right, I'll do it. To quote Bill O'Reilly, never
do it
mind,
live.
I'll do it myself. I'll do it live. Joan, we were talking about, real quick, what the guy wrote on the back of the
receipt.
Oh, yeah. We found
So
that
here
out.
we go. He wrote, I have a bomb. Don't be a hero. SYBAU.
SY.
We can't say it on the air.
Yeah, I had to ask.
It's basically shut up, but with more expletives.
Okay.
Shut your
big SY. Was it? Let's go.
SYBAU.
BAU.
Shut your BA up.
Oh, okay. I got it. Moving right along.
Yeah. So, yeah. I mean, that doesn't sound like a joke, right? I have a bomb, don't be a hero. Doesn't sound funny.
That's the thing. I don't understand why that's a joke.
Yeah.
Like, that doesn't exactly scream knee slapper.
Right. Yeah.
Because that's what he was going for.
So, Joan, I asked KGB to do one thing for me. One thing today.
What'd you ask him to do?
As producer of Nashville's Morning News, what's the big story today? Did China blink?
China.
Right?
Yeah.
Right?
China.
Did China blink?
Yeah.
So I told KGB, hey, you know what would be funny?
Oh, that.
If we had a blinking sound effect.
You never told me to find that.
Every time Joan reads, China blinked. And I said, hey, KGB, wouldn't it be funny if we had a cartoon sound effect of a blink?
Yeah, you never told me to look for it. You just said it would be fun if we had
I literally told you to look. I don't care.
If we had the exact transcript, I would bring it out right now. But you say, have you seen cartoons, KGB? I said, yeah. He's like, you know the cartoon blink? I'm like, yeah, that's funny. He's like, yeah, I'm trying to find it. And that's the end of the conversation.
I mean, you know what? Did China blink? Thank you.
It would have been funny if it actually took place.
Oh, did China not blink? I don't know. People are saying they did.
No, I mean if he found it and if it actually.
Yeah, I mean but he didn't do it. He didn't. He refused. He refused a direct order from the host. Moving right along. Who cares? All right, Joan.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Where are the markets right now? That's what I wanted to do. Where are the markets right now? Because I do want to talk about China.
So we're losing ground a little bit here. Dow futures down 198. NASDAQ futures down 95. S&P futures down 21.
Okay.
So, you've got a couple of international things occurring at the same time. You've got China blinking. You've got the bomb that went off in Moscow,
right,
killing the general. And you've also got a lot of Wall Street companies with their earnings out. So,
and how are the earnings? Not good, or what?
Some of them are okay. Some of them are not. Major Wall Street shops like their Alphabet price. So some of them are okay, but some of them, what they're doing is they're saying that their earnings were okay, but what they're expecting in the future is not going to be so hot.
Mm-hmm.
So that's really what it's about at this point.
Well, and here's the other thing is we can't, every time the futures is down or every time the market's down, we can't just say, oh, it's because of Trump's tariffs. There are other things that are going on.
Right.
By the way, 5265 says about my blink joke, the bomb joke was funnier, Dan. Better luck next time.
Wow.
You know what? Fine. I'll move right along then.
Oh, Mindy wants you and KGB to hug it out.
Nope.
We have a 6 feet apart policy.
We sure do. And a big pane of glass.
Yes.
That's exactly right. KGB and I get along a lot better.
We
with
would
that
be
big
going
pane
to
of glass.
blows if it wasn't there. That's the real story.
I'm sure that we would. All right, moving right along.
People actually might
What does
believe
it say that there's 2 panes of glass between me and you?
Me and you, Joan?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I think it says that I'm afraid of Philly Joan.
There you go.
That's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
I'm afraid of Philly Joan.
All right.
Mm-hmm. And if they allowed mace in this building, I'd have to carry mace to protect myself.
But you have 3 separate pieces of glass instead to protect yourself.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly right, because Philly Joan can get nasty.
Oh, yeah.
I slash tires.
Because, have you ever slashed somebody's tires?
No.
Yours.
She has not.
It's happened on multiple occasions.
Joan, you've never slashed. You're a woman.
Right,
I've
never keyed anyone's cars.
Angry, they start slashing tires.
No. I didn't know where. I did not know where you were going with the "you're a woman" statement. So
no, listen. It's been my experience that irritated females slash tires.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Do you have personal experience as
I
such?
sure do.
Somebody slashed your tires?
Oh, years ago.
Did they dug their keys into the car and
my car has been keyed as well.
Dug her name into your leather seats. Louisville Slugger both headlights.
No, but anyway, moving right along.
Maybe next time you'll think before you cheat. Sorry, I had to finish it.
Are you done?
I had to finish. I had to finish
it. What I mean about the bits just come crashing to a halt?
I had to finish it.
All right. So anyway, did China blink? That is the big question. Now, here's the thing. There's a lot going on with China and the tariffs. Joan has been talking about this morning. I talked about it in the 5. But Chinese importers noted a sudden, and again, this is from Reuters, Chinese importers noted a sudden and unannounced reduction to 0 of tariffs on U.S. imports of certain semiconductor and integrated circuit products. A sign, and this is the important part, the sign is that Beijing is feeling more pressure from President Donald Trump's trade war than it acknowledges. Now, it comes after the Chinese Foreign Ministry denied Trump's comments that the U.S. is actively engaged in talks with China on trade. Trump, of course, as we all know, has also softened his tone on China in recent days, soothing some fears of a prolonged conflict. And that's why I think that we've seen not as tumultuous of a market here in the last couple of days. And so, reporters, and Joan and I spoke about this earlier this week, reporters seem really hung up on whether or not Donald Trump himself has spoken to Xi Jinping, right? And y'all know how this works. Trump's team Scott Bessent and his team speaks to China's team. Then when all is said and done, that is when the two leaders do meet. But there is no doubt that Donald Trump has softened his language on China. That is on purpose. I've got an example and a lot more coming up. It is 8:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. As far as your weather for today, today a high of 76 and thunderstorms. On Saturday, a high of 75, scattered showers. And on Sunday, a high of 75 and partly cloudy. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. This is Donald Trump talking about China.
Do you agree with Secretary Bessent, who has suggested that the current standoff with China is not sustainable?
We're doing fine with China. We're doing fine with I think almost every country. Everybody wants to have involvement with the United States. As you know, we were losing $5 billion a day when during the Biden administration, during that last year, was a horror show what they were doing on trade. $5 billion a day. And now we have it down to a very low number because we're getting 25% from the automobile industry, from autos. We're getting 25% for steel, 25% for aluminum, and we're getting the baseline of 10%. And think of it, we're losing almost $2 trillion on trade, and those days are gone. We're not going to do that again. We're not going to let that happen.
So I think a number of things are going on. Now, remember that Trump is carrying on negotiations with multiple countries, right? You've got India, you've got South Korea. Actually, that is in the news today as well. So China's beginning to understand they need to get moving or they're going to get left behind.
We had a very successful bilateral meeting with the Republic of South Korea today. We may be moving faster than I thought, and we will be talking technical terms as early as next week as we reach an agreement on understanding as soon as next week. So South Koreans came early. They came with their A game, and we will see if they follow through on that.
All right, so the more success stories you have, like South Korea, the more pressure China is going to feel left out, and they're going to feel isolated. So now you have countries that are coming to the table. I think I saw that there's over 100 countries now that are either lining up to start the negotiations or they've got deals on the table and what have you. But they are working out deals. And as we go on, day after day after day, deal after deal after deal is being struck. And yes, China is being left behind. So as South Korea, India, other nations like that, Vietnam is in talks right now, the more vulnerable China is going to be.
In response to President Trump's tariff announcements, more than 100 countries have approached us, wanting to help rebalance global trade. These countries have responded openly and positively to the president's actions to create a more balanced international system. We are engaged in meaningful discussions and look forward to talking with others.
So this is from Reuters. For months, Beijing has been projecting an air of strength and confidence in its ability to withstand an escalating trade war with the U.S. The exemptions suggest that it needs to roll back some levies on crucial items that it cannot make at home or sources elsewhere. Last year, China imported $11.7 billion worth of semiconductors from the United States, according to customs data. Trump has been, a lot of people have been saying all along that China, you know how Trump always says that Ukraine doesn't have the cards in dealing with Russia? China doesn't have the economy to withstand a long trade war with the United States. So, yeah, I do believe that China has blinked. The deals are coming in from other countries, and China is beginning to crack. And another angle on this, China is considering exempting other goods from U.S. tariffs as well. Listen to this. China is considering exempting some U.S. imports from its 125% tariffs and is asking businesses to provide lists of goods that could or should be eligible in the biggest sign yet that Beijing is worried about the economic fallout from its trade war with Washington. A list of 131 categories of products eligible for exemptions was circulating widely on social media and among businesses and trade groups this morning, Friday. They say Reuters could not verify the list, whose items ranged from vaccines to chemicals to jet engines. So they've already quietly dropped tariffs on some things like the semiconductors and circuits and so forth that could be extended to other things as well. And so obviously that is a good sign that Donald Trump is playing his cards right. Now, what I wonder is ultimately if Trump is able to defeat China, whatever that looks like in this trade war, then will the mainstream media and all the people that are infused with Trump derangement syndrome, will they actually finally admit defeat? Now, remember this. It's a multi-pronged effort on Trump's part to try to help our economy, bring jobs back to America, make more money on tariffs, and cut taxes and cut regulations as well. Now, right now, as you know, if you listen to me, Congress is considering Trump's one big beautiful bill, right? That massive spending package that does include tax cuts and deregulation. And Trump was on with Glenn Beck yesterday and talked about that.
And then all we have to do is work the bill, work the magic. But it'll be the biggest tax cut in history. But it'll be the biggest regulation cuts in history. It'll be so many other things. And I think that if Congress gets them approved, and I think they will, now we will get no votes from Democrats. It's horrible. It's horrible. The divide is so incredible. You look at what's going on. I mean, the level is just so bad there. Their policy is so bad. They are so bad on policy. They're so far off. When I watch them trying to prosecute the same things that they just lost an election in a landslide on, and they're still going through the same things. It's crazy.
He's right. Donald Trump is right on a number of different fronts. And now the president and the first lady are heading to Pope Francis's funeral. And that is going to be an ongoing story that we'll be covering for you right here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN at 8:23. Dan Mandis here on Nashville's Morning News. Joan Jones, Philly Joan.
Yeah.
Who has never, she says, slashed a tire in her life.
I didn't say anything about brake lines.
Good Lord.
Wow, that escalated.
Yeah.
All right. Joan, what's coming up?
Yeah, a car bomb has killed a senior Russian military officer, and RFK Jr. in Nashville yesterday will bring you up to speed on his message. That and more coming up here at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right. All right, 8:24. The spring season is upon us. And listen, if you need a new lawnmower, DT McCall's is here for you. As usual, with their annual spring Cub Cadet lawnmower sale. It is coming to a close, though. The last day is tomorrow, as a matter of fact. It's happening right now, though, today and tomorrow at their Cookville location. You need a Cub Cadet lawnmower, the best lawnmowers out there. You've got to go to DT McCall's. You do know, right? DT McCall & Sons, they are ranked as a top Cub Cadet dealer in America. And you can find Cub Cadet riding mowers with 42 to 72-inch decks for those larger areas, as well as Cub Cadet walk-behind mowers for those smaller lots. And when you purchase a Cub Cadet mower from DT McCall's, you're going to be getting access to their in-house service department as well. It is nearly impossible to find mower service anywhere else. Now, they've got a large selection of Cub Cadet mowers, plus they've got that free delivery. They've got that in-house service department. It really is an easy choice. You need a new lawnmower, go to DT McCall's and their Cookville location today and tomorrow for that Cub Cadet mower sale. 5 locations across Middle Tennessee: Carthage, Cookville, Lebanon, Lafayette, and Franklin. Always online, dtmccalls.com. 825. Listen, if you've got some land, maybe a piece of property that you don't know what to do with, I want you to think about putting up a pole barn from Stoltz Co. Stoltz Co., they are the premier pole barn builders here in the state of Tennessee. And you know that putting up a pole barn from Stoltz Co. could increase the value of your land big time. And you can use it as a garage, an event space, an equestrian building. You could just live in it. The thing is, these pole barns from Stoltz Co., and by the way, they are amazing. They're also flexible, and they're built really well. They will stand the test of time. And by the way, you could also plan ahead and build your retirement home. Call them, tell them what you have in mind, and I can guarantee you they've got a pole barn, and they can make it happen. 615-622-5992 for Stoltz Co. 615-622-5992 for Stoltz Co. They are flexible. They're built really well. They are incredibly versatile. Check them out online, STOLTZCO, stoltzco.com. You can also find them on Instagram and Facebook as well. And again, that phone number, 615-622-5992.
Good morning. It is now 8:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. There is a crash this morning on Briley Parkway in Madison. This is eastbound side at Ellington Parkway, exit 15A to B. Watch out in that area. We've got more with traffic and with weather as well coming up right after the news. There is breaking news this morning. A car bomb in Moscow has killed a senior Russian military officer. Lieutenant General Yaroslav Moskalik was killed by an IED. It appears to have been planted in a parked car at an apartment complex in Moscow. Closed-circuit TV shows him approaching the vehicle as it explodes. Now, this comes as Special Envoy Steve Witkoff has arrived in Moscow and is expected to meet with Russian President Vladimir Putin, part of the ongoing diplomatic efforts aimed at ending Russia's war with Ukraine. Accused killer Luigi Mangione makes a court appearance today in federal court in New York City. He'll reportedly enter a plea on those federal charges of stalking and murder for the death of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson in December. Now, that charge of murder through the use of a firearm could land him a death sentence. RFK Jr. declared drug addiction as a national security threat while at a summit on illegal drugs at Gaylord Opryland yesterday. The Secretary of Health and Human Services saying more than 106,000 people died across the country from addiction last year.
Throwing money at it is not alone going to work. We need to really focus on reestablishing these historic ties to community. We have this whole generation of kids who's lost hope in their future.
One action plan, he says, is a school cell phone ban, saying cell phones take us away from each other, feeding the addiction crisis. Just last month, Governor Bill Lee signed a law that mandates schools ban the use of phones during class time in Tennessee. Money News brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Stocks now trading, and the Dow Jones Industrials has started down 67 points. The Nasdaq falling 2. S&P 500 index down just a point. That is the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Dan Mandis here from my carpet cleaning company, Zero Res. I've been a client for years and years. One big reason is because Zero Res really helps my allergies, and they can help your allergies as well. You know, carpet is the #1 air filter inside your home, and it filters out those airborne particulates and pollen and bacteria. You name it, Zero Res is going to filter out the bad stuff so that you can keep your filter clean. And Zero Res does this better than anyone. They don't use any harsh chemicals. They don't use any harsh soaps. Just powered water that leaves behind soft and fluffy carpets. Now, remember, a clean filter means a healthier home. Zero Res can help you do that. They have a great deal going on right now, as I've been saying. Zero Res has not raised their prices in years, and every month a new offer to save you money. Right now, the Dan deal, 2 rooms of carpets cleaned for just $109, plus you are going to get a free hallway. Again, 2 rooms of carpets cleaned for just $109, plus you are going to get a free hallway, and yes, 25% off of area rugs. Call Zero Res. Restrictions may apply. 615-535-9376, 615-535-9376. Book online, ZeroResNashville.com. Dan Mandis here. You know, the weather here in Middle Tennessee, as we all know, can get crazy unexpectedly, which is why you need a backup home standby generator from my friends at the Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer. Now, get a free quote and get peace of mind when you have one installed. When your neighborhood goes dark, your power is going to be on thanks to your backup home standby generator from the Generator Supercenter. Now, they do feature expert installation and 24-hour monitoring. They're not going to leave you in the dark, and financing is available. 615-879-1952, 615-879-1952. Find them online, GeneratorSupercenterofNashville.com.
Okay, in Ashland City at Cumberland Street, east of River Road, there is a crash this morning and a lot of traffic around that area. Also, Brentwood, Edmondson Pike at Mount Pisgah Road, a crash involving some injuries. Briley Parkway, eastbound in Madison at Ellington Parkway, that's a crash as well. And a dump truck that spilled some sand on the roadway in Mount Juliet. It's causing trouble this morning at Lebanon Road near Mount Juliet Road. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
8:37, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hello.
What's up, Dan?
Hello, Chris.
Joan.
Hello.
KGB's here. All right, so number one, I owe the audience an apology. Because...
what's it for this time?
Yeah, I was about to say, name one.
A guy sent a text into my my direct messages. And he said, I listen to WTN not to talk about the Titans.
Let's go.
I spent literally 45 seconds.
How dare you?
On the Titans.
Wow. I did them in the news. Is that...
Wow,
that's
okay.
It's Joan.
Philly
Joan.
Joan.
Philly Joan.
No. I'm not taking responsibility for that.
Listen.
You talked about him.
See, this is where I don't disagree with Joan because she threatened earlier, I don't know if you heard this, to cut my brake lines.
Sever your brake lines.
Sever my brake lines.
Yes.
All right, well, I think I speak for all of us when I say congrats on the 2 wins, Tennessee.
I'm pretty sure it was 3, but granted.
It was 3.
Well, I was predicting what their total would be next
this
season.
year?
For next year.
Yeah.
You know,
In advance.
Maybe what we should do is predict how many wins the Titans will have this year and then do the ratio with how much more their tickets are going to be when they open up the new stadium. Like, we could do that, could we? Moving right along. All right, Chris has some things.
You just angered him even more, our texter.
That's all right.
He has an aneurysm.
Do you know what? If because I've angered a lot of people today for silly reasons, and so I'm just going to ride out the rest of this segment and let Chris tell some fun stories. So, Chris, go ahead. What do you got?
Well, I got a story out of the city of Seattle. So there's an unofficial nudist park right in a very affluent lake community. And this nudist park has individuals that are attending and partaking in nudist activities. So the residents of the city have gotten mad. So they've filed a lawsuit against the city of Seattle to clean up this park.
Mm-hmm.
And the city of Seattle said, best thing we can do is create masturbation deterrent infrastructure.
What?
Huh?
Say that again.
The city of Seattle is being sued over this lake beach area because the residents don't want the nudists there.
Mhm.
It's an unofficial nudist beach.
Right.
And so as the city's getting sued, they said the best we can do is spend money creating a masturbation deterrent infrastructure.
So I didn't have a stroke. That's actually what it is.
That's what they did. And they earmarked $500,000 for public masturbation deterrent infrastructure.
$500,000?
What's the deterrent?
The exact nature of this infrastructure remains
I know,
unclear.
Don't say. I know what it is. Should I just steer right into this train wreck?
Maxine Waters? Just pictures of her around there?
That would actually might work.
Just thinking of the view.
Joan, you need to buy $500,000 worth of sandpaper and put it on everybody's hand.
No! Mine is so much more simpler.
Sandpaper the hands of the homeless.
Oh my gosh.
The homeless nudists. The only thing they have on is sandpaper on their hands.
No, just pictures of Maxine Waters and Nancy Pelosi. Just put them all around the area. It won't happen.
Just so we're clear, this is adult conversation. This is an adult radio station. I apologize in advance for what Chris is doing.
Denny Blaine Park is located in an affluent waterfront neighborhood. It gained notoriety in recent years as an unofficial nude beach. Though nudity is legal in Washington state parks, if not deemed lewd or aggressive, neighbors are saying that it's gotten a bit lewd and a bit aggressive. And they say it's now a regional venue for criminal and uncivil behavior that includes public masturbation, public sex, and other types of indecent exposure, drug use, unlawful public nudity, environmental damage to the shoreline. Of course, they had to add that in, these leftists.
Sure.
And someone think of the shoreline.
Thank God our boss is not here.
And in one incident highlighted in the lawsuit, a naked man reportedly lay on his back and knelt on the hood of his car, exposing himself to passerbys for 6 hours.
6 hours?
6 hours.
Like nobody thought to maybe,
6 hours.
6 hours.
6 hours.
That's a long time.
It's a long time.
That's an uncomfortably long time.
It's a long time to kneel on the hood of your car, let alone do anything else. My knees would hurt. Anyway, in another incident, a woman working nearby said she had seen 13 different men masturbating in the park over the last 15 months, including some repeat offenders.
That's a low number.
Bastion of all things weird.
It is
Only
Seattle,
13?
though.
In 15 months?
That was Seattle?
It's Seattle.
Only KGB would say only 13.
In 15 months with the freaks in Seattle? That's actually a low number.
Yep.
What's only the ones that got caught.
This is true.
Oh, good point.
She couldn't stare out her window all day.
And says, okay, go ahead and run an ED commercial right now.
Speak of which, low T center.
John in Lawrenceburg, and that guy complained about Titans talk?
Yeah. Now he was begging for it to come back.
1570 says, 6 hours was that guy's Sting? Now, if you know anything about Sting and...
The wrestler?
Moving right along. No,
I'm joking.
And another guy says, sounds like downtown Seattle. Another person said, well, what about in response to my sandpaper comment, which was comedy gold? Another person says, what about super glue?
God, stop it.
So just so you get an idea of what it's like out there, Yelp has the 10 best nudist camps in Seattle, Washington. Because there's not just one.
Okay.
Crazy.
The mayor's office released a statement, and they said, the mayor has consistently stated that while individuals have a right to be nude at parks under state law, no one has the right to commit lewd, illegal, and unwanted sexual conduct at our parks. Despite these assurances, residents remain unconvinced.
Well, I guess if you're naked and bored, what else are you going to do?
Imagine being the mayor. It's like, I'm trying to run a city. You have to write a letter about the nudist people.
But see, this is what happens. Oh, first of all, so I've never been to have you been to a nudist camp ever? No.
Wait, what?
Philly Joan, have you ever been to a nudist colony?
I have not.
Okay. KGB?
I like keeping my clothes on in public, so no.
So, neither have I. I want to be clear.
KGB likes his clothes on and his credit score high.
Exactly. God bless America.
So, and I know that there's people right now that are listening that are saying, Dan, what about your mom? My mom, rest her soul, she was a nudist.
Was she really?
This is the craziest story.
Wow.
She
What?
was.
What?
Well, so the awkward thing with me is like, you three haven't heard my stories.
I feel like the awkward thing would be walking in and seeing mom.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like everyone's worst possible nightmare.
So, yeah, she for years and years.
Enjoyed a good breeze.
She and her long-term 20-year boyfriend. Yep.
Chris.
What?
But she's, because I was horrified when she, and first of all, why she told me, I don't know. But she did.
How old were you when she told you? And was it like, Dan, sit down, we need to talk?
I need to tell you about my past.
Oh, it wasn't her past.
Past, present, and future, baby.
Yeah. I think I was about 40.
And so your immediate reaction has to be like, why are you telling me this?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I was like, why would you tell me? Why?
How did it come up? Was it like past the green beans? By the way, we're going to a nudist camp this weekend.
We were out at lunch or something.
Oh, so she did it in public so you wouldn't melt down?
Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know how it came up. But, you know what she did? She told me. She said, we're going to, blah, 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 whatever it was. And so she, over the course of her life, had gone to these places. And I don't know the appeal. I don't know the appeal. And I tried to cut the conversation really short with my mom.
I can imagine.
But it wasn't short enough, man.
The fact that the conversation happened.
Was she Marsha Blackburning you, where she was just like talking over you and continuing down the road you don't want to go down? Is that what was happening?
She Danned you about the nudist colony.
First of all, I'm very libertarian. If that's what you want to do, knock yourself out. If that's whatever.
It's not in my eyesight.
Yeah, I mean, she wasn't in a public park. She was at a nudist colony.
No. This park is a little bit different. I feel like it's a lot more meth fueled than it is freedom fueled.
Yes.
1660 says, I bet the numbers shrink during the winter.
Nice.
That's so good.
Hashtag shrinkage.
Nice.
So anyway, there you go. So why would we talk? Oh, because not all nudist colonies are like this. This is what I'm telling you.
No.
Yeah.
This is not your highfalutin nudist colony.
No.
This is more your under a bridge nudist colony.
Yeah.
All right. Do we have anything else on this, or should we just please move on?
I mean, you did bring your mother into this.
Want to talk about Titans?
No.
Okay.
No. What is worth, Titans talk or nudist colony talk?
Well, you brought your mother into it, so I think that goes to that's
Well,
worse.
the reason I brought my mother into it is because I know that there's all these people listening that are saying, well, why doesn't Dan bring up his mom? because it was a lot was made of
Well,
it.
now we're never going to bring her up again.
What would you rather watch in the fall? A live stream of this public masturbation deterrence or the Titans?
A fate worse than death.
Boy, you know what? I'm going to move right along.
I still stand by saying put pictures of Maxine Waters out there. Never going to happen again.
Can I just let you know and remind everyone that on Monday, the national champion Philadelphia Eagles will be at the White House celebrating their win this season. Just letting everyone know.
EGLSES. Eggless.
Okay. Thank you, Chris.
All right, very good. Do you think anybody will slash tires or brake lines at the White House? All right. You had one more thing.
Yes, I got a list of the dirtiest cities that was released.
Seattle's got to be number
the
one.
other day.
Memphis is up there too, isn't it?
Okay, so the number one city is Baltimore. Baltimore has taken the top spot once again, which reminded me. Do you remember how Scott Pressler got his start?
Oh, yeah, that's
Cleaning
right.
up-
Cleaning up the lot.
He cleaned up 12.5 tons of trash in Baltimore in 2019, and they're still number one on the list
That's
of
crazy.
dirtiest cities.
Yep. Well, you know, trash is like cockroaches in places like that. It just keeps multiplying.
Yeah.
As long as Camden
Mm-hmm.
Yard stays clean, I don't care.
Trash in Baltimore is like public masturbation in Seattle.
They just go hand
it's
in
just-
hand.
It's just something you're going to have to get used to and look away from.
Listen, it is a legit news story, so I mean, we're allowed to talk about it.
So Baltimore came in at number one, Sacramento at number two.
Really? My hometown.
Sacramento at number two. Charlotte at number three.
That's sad.
Los Angeles at number four. And everybody's favorite stepchild of Tennessee, Memphis.
Oh, I called it.
5.
I'm shocked my hometown's. Well, you know, I'm not entirely surprised. I'm shocked it's higher than L.A.
These are complaints per 100,000 people that people complain about sanitary conditions to the health department. Nashville came in at number 12.
Oh.
I don't think, is Nashville dirty?
I'll
Like,
tell
I
you
don't
what,
think
Broadway
Nashville's dirty.
is.
according to this list, Chicago, Houston, Oakland, New Orleans, and New York are cleaner.
Okay, that list is full of BS. The
I don't
only-
believe
It's complaints
that.
complaints per 100,000.
Well, no one snitches in Chicago and New York, so
This is true.
Snitches get stitches.
yeah.
They do.
The worst thing I see in Nashville on Broadway is vomit.
Oh yeah, that's clean.
But you gotta be nervous walking down Broadway with the street juices.
Yeah.
You're not sure what they are.
And the guy holding the sign that says, "I'll
Uh.
kidnap your boss for $200."
Street juices, really?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I say that to my kids all the time. Avoid the street juice.
I thought you said street Jesus at first. I'm not gonna lie to you.
No, that street needs Jesus.
Yeah, it does.
sure does.
It really does. So I used to work downtown for a radio station. Sirius XM has their station down there. So I had to park in like the Hilton parking garage down there, and so going through that like little door to get out, there would be drug deals and human feces almost every single week.
Nice.
Cool.
Did you ever complain?
I wanted to, but people did it for me.
According to this list, San Francisco is cleaner than Nashville.
No way.
See, I don't
No
buy
way.
it. That
That's-
list does not make any sense
Well,
whatsoever.
it's about complaints. So that the people in San Francisco have been
They-
demoralized
Yeah, I was-
effectively enough that they don't even complain
They've been
anymore.
conditioned
Yeah.
to just
Walk over the street juice.
walk over the street feces. It's like people aren't drunk in San Francisco walking down the road. They're just trying to avoid the feces. Okay, very good. Anything else? I think we've.
I feel like I did good. I brought some good stories.
Yeah, we spent so much time with that other stuff, and
Yeah.
we don't have time to do what I was going to bring to the table, but that's okay.
When is Nashville going to step it up with public masturbation deterrent infrastructure?
There ought to be a law.
Looking at you, Mayor Freddie.
All right, what's coming up?
Today on the show, we're going to be talking with Monica Page live from the North Lawn of the White House, recapping the past week of events at the White House. We got tariff talk. We got border updates. The Jocelyn Nungary Wildlife Refuge is open. We'll talk about that and more.
All right. Joan Jones at 8:52. What's coming up?
Yeah, we've got to look at security preparations as President Trump and First Lady Melania are attending Pope Francis's funeral tomorrow. That's all coming up here at 9 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. It is 8:52 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, the Super Text line is going nuts on this. As you can imagine, Chris and I will read a couple as we wrap up the program. Right now, though, I want to welcome on in Tony from Cabinet Solutions. Tony, I know earlier in the week we're talking about the difference between Cabinet Solutions and the big box stores. Now, I've worked with both the big box stores and with Cabinet Solutions, and I got to tell you, Tony, I give Cabinet Solutions 2 thumbs up.
Great. I tell you what I want to talk about today, and that's the flooring. You know, if a person goes into a big box store and says, you know, I want to get flooring along with my cabinets, they don't care. They're just going to give you retail price on both. But I'm not going to do that. They have to do it because they've got to get their margins, you know, and corporate tells them what margins they've got to get on everything. Well, I am corporate, so I get to make my own decisions.
And you folks have made Cabinet Solutions. You've kept Cabinet Solutions small, and that means you can focus on customer service and being better priced than those big box stores.
Absolutely, and I'll bundle that flooring and that cabinets together. And if I make my money on the cabinets, I don't have to make so much money on my flooring. So I'll give it down there to where I pay for it. I don't care. So it gives something to the customer.
All right, Tony, as always, thank you very much. The website, check them out. You got cabinets, you've got flooring, you've got closets, and great selection and prices for any budget as well. Check them out online. MyCabinetSolution.com, MyCabinetSolution.com. $8:56. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan, I want to give a shout out.
Okay. To whom?
To 5265, who has congratulated me. You know what he said? Congratulations, Dan. You made it through an entire show without saying anything funny.
Ouch.
Yikes.
I thought you had some gems in there.
I thought the sandpaper thing was radio gold.
I thought it killed.
That was Marconi-esque.
I think it killed anybody who was looking for comedy. Just so we're clear. I'm not trying to be funny. Like, do I ever really tell jokes? Like, usually the joke's on me. So
I think you could be pretty funny.
I thought the blink thing was really good.
What he doesn't mean to be.
What's that, Joan?
You're funny when you don't mean to be.
Yeah. But that's for everybody.
I think the audience does some of the audience gets it, but Dan leans in.
I absolutely
He
lean in.
You're a
leans in
champion.
lot, and it's hilarious.
Absolutely lean in. By the way, people were 5265. The show's not over yet. You know, it's funny. We're talking about no. We're talking about what was going on in Seattle, and I got to tell you, I was thinking, wow, it sounds just like Old Hickory.
Oh,
Shots fired.
Fair, though.
Oh, my
Fair.
goodness. You drive around Old Hickory, man. You got those people walking around. And have you ever seen actually somebody?
What does Old Hickory do to deter the public masturbation?
You know what they?
Sandpaper, super glue.
You know what they ought to do? They ought to like propaganda being dropped onto troops. They should just drop sandpaper down onto the Old Hickory encampment. No, I was driving down 70 one time. Amy and I were driving down Lebanon Pike, whatever it was, and we were in I think it was Old Hickory or Hermitage or whatever. But I mean, dude, naked as a jaybird.
Oh,
right over there to the right.
And
it was so weird. It's like, why is he naked?
We were downtown.
Of course said, slow down. Because I wanted to see if he was actually.
I had a similar
You had to get a closer look?
No, I had a similar reaction with Virginia because we were driving through downtown Nashville coming out of Broadway, and she went, "Oh my God, that guy's pooping." And I like hit the brakes and went, "Where? Where? I want to see."
Is that how you got rear-ended in reality?
That's what happened.
By the way, TB says Dan does a good job of setting the bar low and frequently achieves it. Whatever.
You got to bring your trophy next time. Bring the Marconi to prove that that's not true at all.
We appreciate
we need
you,
a special
Dan.
shelf in the back for your Marconi.
Yeah,
sure.
With big lights on it and everything.
All the other guys in radio, they got like their fancy books and their bookshelves of rich mahogany. We need your Marconi in the background, Dan.
I'm sure that's exactly what we need. You know what happened is Murphy's show would like draw dirty pictures on it or something with a Sharpie. That's what Matt Murphy.
You know what?
do.
I would not be surprised.
We need dirty picture deterrent infrastructure.
It's not in the budget. We always hear that. It's not in the budget. 9 o'clock on WTN.